By the show of hands in the audience, how many of you have knowingly made irrational choices? That's everyone, actually. And why would we do that? Because our brain is kind of a master trickster. At the one hand, we know what is best for us, and we know the rational choices that we have to make. But at the other hand, I say yes to have read the terms and agreements. We are going to explore today some underlying structures of the brain so that we can get a better understanding of how it affects how we use and how we create digital products. So our brain functions in a very peculiar way. And professor in psychology, Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett, she explains it like this. That our brain is kind of trapped inside of this closed box. And that box is called our skull. And it does not know anything about what is happening in the world around it. It's just receiving signals of what is happening outside, and it does it in two ways. So first one is the physical way. It's noticed by your sensory inputs on your body. And the second one is past experiences. And the more it has a certain experience, the more the connections towards that reality is strengthened and biased. So why am I saying this? Because what we need to be aware of as creators of a product is that each one of our brains creates its own reality. And we are going to see that the design we make can affect that reality and our belief of what is actually real. And through the history, there has been a lot of attempts to try to figure out how the brain functions and how we can rationalize this irrational brain. We're going back to 1857. Anyone wants to guess what happened this year? You're absolutely correct. It's the beginning of structuralism. And what structuralism said is that everything in human experience can be broken down into basic structures or elements. It's kind of trying to rationalize the brain. And within structuralism, they have two concepts, which funnily enough is called structure and system. Where the structure part is the underlying framework, organization or framework that shapes our experiences. And this framework is kind of underlying and unconscious to us. And on top of that, we have a system. And this is the way individual elements of human experience relate to one another. And in the product world, or in the design world, we might call this design systems. Because in order to be able to create scalable products, we need to have good structure and we need to have a good system. So we rationalize this constructed concept, which is an idea on a web page. To say with a structuralist approach, a button is a learned concept, or button on a screen is a learned concept that has been repeated again and again and has become part of this unconscious framework that it functions like a button. But sometimes we as creators of products, we get too lost in this structure and the system and might forget to think about the irrationality of the brain. That our brain might not actually evaluate all of these small components when it sees it. And it cannot separate them from the experiences we have and our perception of the world. So a little bit further, we're going to 1912. There was a reaction to the structuralist way of understanding the brain. And they call it Gestalt psychology. And Gestalt psychology helped introduce the idea that human perception is not just about seeing what is actually present in the world around us, like the structure and the system. It is also heavily influenced by your motivations and your expectations. And many of you might be familiar with this concept because it's like the foundation of many of the design principles that we use today. And it introduced a way to look at the brain that it sees the world around us as a whole and not just the part or sum of the elements. So we will take a look at the perspective as a consumer in the beginning, and then we'll look at how we can use this knowledge to design solutions. So what I mentioned in the beginning is that what you believe to be true can be affected. Didn't it change? Ah. Okay. Not sure why it doesn't change. Mm-hmm. Any technical help? Okay. Just think of some pause music. Okay, maybe it... I think we'll be back in a second. Yeah, I think we're back. Oh. Yeah. Nice. Sorry for that. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. So we'll first talk about the perspectives of the consumer, and then we'll look at how we can design good solutions. So, yeah, I need to click this. So what I mentioned in the beginning was that what you believe to be true can affect how you use a product. But what we believe to be true might not actually be that true. This one is the phi phenomenon. And what we see here as a spinning circle is just static dots that turns on and off in succession. But we see it as a spinning circle. And why would we do that? Because our brain fills in the gaps, and it does so by using our expectations to show us what we have experienced to be true in the past. Okay, so everything is maybe not as it seems or true as it seems. And let's see how this can affect us in our daily life. Many of you have probably seen this map before, and this is the tube map in London. And this example is explained by Rory Sutherland, which is an advertising executive and author. And do you know which of these stops is the most used by non-locals, or the distance that is most traveled? It's actually between these two stops. It's between Covent Garden and Leicester Square. But the distance here is as far as I can throw a tennis ball. And the tube map itself is a great design. It does its job very good. It makes it easy to navigate the tube. But it does not convey actual distance. So it can create this kind of false reality when I look at it. So even great designs can sort of be misleading at times, because perception is based on our previous experiences and the conclusion we ourselves are making about the world. But who says that these experiences are actually true to begin with? Which leads us to another aspect, is that our brain is kind of lazy, in the sense that it wants to preserve itself. It wants to not keep doing a lot of tasks all the time. So if the information is not there, like in the tube map, why would the brain go out of its way to figure out the information that it doesn't know that it's needed? Because at the end of the day, we do not have the capacity to only make rational choices. It would take way too much effort, and sometimes it wouldn't be fun either. And interestingly, these irrational choices can be made both consciously and unconsciously. So imagine you are in an orchard. You're trying to decide which apple to pick. On what do you base your decision? And most research into this is focused on how the brain uses visual information, such as features like shape, color, and size. But what about the effort? What is the effort required to obtain the apple? Does the apple at the top look better than the apple that hangs lower? And there was a research team that tried to answer this question, and they made volunteers to decide whether dots on the screen were moving to the right or to the left by moving a lever either in the right hand or in the left hand. And if they thought that the dots were moving to the right, they were moving the lever in the right hand, and the opposite. But what the volunteers did not know is that one of the levers was slightly heavier than the other. And they found that the volunteers biased their decision away from the lever that was slightly heavier. So if it was unambiguous or hard to see whether a dot moved to the right or to the left, they always chose the one which was easier, a little bit easier to move. And even when they stopped using the levers, they asked the same question, and they didn't move anything. They still biased towards what they have experienced that was heavier than the other one. So it's not just big decision that is difficult to make and affects outcomes. Not even knowing what a choice is a little bit heavier to make, you would bias towards the easier solution. So what is the effort that we are handing to our users? Perceptual decision, which is kind of the decision making in our world, is not simply determined by the incoming sensory input, which I mentioned in the beginning, which is kind of the structure in the system. But it also reflects gains and losses that accompanies that decision. Okay, so now we know that we can affect realities with our designs, and that the brain is sort of lazy and has a bias towards the solution which is a little bit less heavier to do. So how can we align digital products with the human behavior? It would be so time-consuming if I needed to be skeptical to everything I do. So I make irrational choices at times. I say yes to have read the terms and agreements, and I trust the influencers on Instagram even though I know they have been paid to say what they have said. So the rational criteria maybe does not apply in the same way. So we as creators of products has been given a trust from the beginning from the users that our products work as they expect them to do, or to how their expectations are wired, and that it is accompanied by gains rather than losses. So then it is up to us to decide what we do with the trust that we have been given. And another big factor, which I haven't touched upon, is emotions, which plays a large part in your perception. But I won't go deeper into that here. Just know that trust is also an emotional state. So even though I rationally can trust your product, I won't trust it if I feel that your product is bad. So I will go into some points to make how to make our products trustable for our users. And to achieve trust, we have these 4 criteria. We must make the user feel safe and that they're in a safe environment, make them understand our product, make them feel that they achieve something, and also experience beauty. And to achieve these 4, we must create for predictability and stability, clear and helpful information, have a kind of a streamlined and simple workflow in our product, and also a delightful experience. So 3 pretty rational concepts, and then 1 that serves the irrational brain in this context. But what if we took away all of the rationality, all of the structure and all of the system? What would happen in our product? Would it be a good experience? Maybe not in this case. But how can we use our brain's view of the world to think outside the box? What if the room itself was guiding your way to your gate? Because we can use other experiences of the world to test our products that our users might have. So our experiences might be that a window means outside, and a downward direction means leading to something. So in this case, the roof itself could indicate that it's going towards a direction that I want to go in. Because we are allowed to think about the brain seeing the world as a whole, and not only the structure and the system that we are giving to it. In the new map of the tube system, we removed a lot of information was removed to help our lazy brain, because then we can read it more easily and we can navigate the map. It was a lot more information to digest in the old map, with all the twists and turns. But sometimes actually giving our brain more to do can help the brain create new patterns and make the user understand the context a little bit better. So as we saw on the tube map, we cannot give the users all the information all the time. But there is a concept that we can use called wayfinding. And this can help the user find their way in our piece of reality, which is our product. And it's quite simple. Just give the user the ability to understand, where am I? Where can I go? What will I find when I get there? What is nearby? And how do I get out of here? What's my escape plan? With these wayfinding questions, we can create an environment of trust. And we can help the user navigate by using constructs of the real world with answering these questions. So what to have in mind to design with the mind in mind? Because the questions we as creators of a product must answer is, what do we give the user and what do we take away from the user? What do I keep in the attention of the user to make my product make sense in that context? So to summarize, we are affected by this, what we see in the world around us, the effort that is required to do something, our experiences of the world, our lazy brain, and our expectations and our motivations. Because in that segment of our reality, that is a digital product, we can only digest and make certain amount of rational choices. How a product is designed can directly affect someone's world view. And with the rise of AI, we have an even greater responsibility to make sure that we understand how the brain works, and be aware that the brain doesn't have the capacity to constantly evaluate what is true in the world or not. And as designers, we're not immune to our brain either, because we bring in our worldview into our products, how we see it. So be empathic with your users. Know your bias. Try to think outside the perceptual box that is your own reality, because then we are designing with the mind in mind. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for showing up to this talk, which will be about me having experimented with AI for the last couple of months and trying to adopt it into my design process. I'm a designer at Verdant's Oslo office. My name is Ole Petter, and for the last 2 years working there, I've been working across strategy, service, and UX design. So hopefully there's some interesting takeaways for all you showing up here today. All right. The whole story began 4 months ago when a startup customer came into our Oslo office. And with him, he brought an AI-generated app. This one on the screen. And within 1 hour of prompting in this generative AI tool, which is called UIZard, he had made these wireframes, very proud of himself, making his vision into something more tangible. And we as designers, we noticed that this was generated. Straight away, we saw that this wasn't really like, it wasn't a good user experience, and the content didn't really have any coherence. But luckily, we had a 2-day workshop to tear everything apart, like get what's really the value of this app. And after 2 days, we thought we had the core of the concept, and we presented it back to the customer. Felt pretty smart. We were deciding on an MVP, which we wanted to test with some pilot customers. So we thought we did the right thing. The customer didn't agree. They pointed towards the app and said that we want more of this. With all of these great features and all of these visions we have for like this grand plan. And so this was kind of like a result of them having been anchored to the feeling of being able to prototype this within 1 hour. And what we noticed was how our customers had raised their expectations from using Gen AI. And yeah. And what worried me even further was like after having this customer meeting, which was quite uncomfortable, I went down to my hairdresser, which went on and on about the newest R1 model from DeepSeek and how he used Gen AI to make a new website for his shop. And so it felt like AI was literally everywhere. And maybe you guys have felt the feeling before of AI being kind of this mysterious digital creature surrounding us in our design process, not knowing what to do with it. And I think it's built on an AI hype with a FOMO driving it and a promise of a technology that drops daily news that's groundbreaking and a rumor that once it reaches its potential, it's going to replace us all. Yeah, dark stuff. So I was left in an existential crisis. Should I go back home taking farming lessons from my dad? Or should I let curiosity beat anxiety and ask myself the question of how should I integrate AI into my process? I choose the last one, at least for now. And the story began, or my journey began, and since my hairdresser knew, I thought I'd also brush up on my skills or knowledge about where AI was right now and where it was headed. And it's predicted that AI will rise in like 3 waves. And the first one is said to increase our effectivity in the work we do by mainly enhancing our work through ChatGPT, through processes we already are familiar with. And the second one is that it's going to raise our quality with specialized tools that are AI native. And thirdly, it's automation, where we work side by side with these AI agents, giving input to our processes and increasing both of effectivity and quality. So I thought I'd bring some examples of how this is already happening today between both product and business. And so the first one is how we do things today. Picture a worker sitting in Word, typing something for a presentation, a meeting, whatever, but the written text they're actually, or what they're writing is actually generated from using GPT. Another example is how Adobe Firefly lets visual designers have AI directly into their workflow. And they're now able to use Photoshop in a way that they can just prompt it with place a bird on this branch, and it's there. And so they're now manipulating photos in a whole different way that they did before. But it's not just across products that this is happening, it's also in business. And Not Milk is a business where they fed AI with the kind of molecular description of cow milk and made it make a plant-based version of it with the same flavor and the same consistency. And they also did marketing, generating different concepts and tried it with social media to see what gave the most engagement, and then they produced those actual products. And the last one is Showrunner, which is your Netflix, but with generated content. So imagine you're watching your favorite series, but it's got to have an end. Now consumers can actually generate further content, create their fan fiction, whatever, to further deep dive into the content. At least that's the vision for the final product. And so after having done my research, I was getting a story from social media and big AI to scale myself. That's what I felt I've been told. And they were telling me this story of like having 8 brains and 10 digital arms to do more and more and more without having to do anything myself. I could just delegate it to AI. But they were saying that, and it was kind of a cliche to me. And I tried it. I had like generated presentations, I'd summarized workshops with it, and I'd even read a lot of applications from people searching for a job at our place, and they were all bad. Very bad. They've probably been better off doing it themselves. And at the same time, AI has this big promise of replacing us. So why should I start delegating it my tasks now? So I wasn't really left motivated to continue my journey. Fortunately, there's research saying something else, a far more enthusiastic narrative. And it's done by Harvard and a business consulting group, where they tasked 758 consultants with 18 knowledge-intensive tasks. So something you might find yourself doing as a consultant or a designer every day. And what they did was divide between AI-compatible tasks and incompatible tasks. And where the AI was good, it gave them a 25% increase of quality in their outputs and 12% increase of their effectivity. So check, AI has a big potential when we integrate it the correct way. And this was just tasks done by people who had minimal training in using AI from before. However, there was the other side of the research where they used AI for the AI-incompatible tasks. And behind the promise of this productivity and quality gain, there was a huge error rate if you used AI for the non-compatible tasks. It was up to 20%, and this was mainly due to an over-reliance on AI. So you're kind of like unsharpening yourself, and they call this kind of a sleeping at the wheel effect. So it shows the potential risk of not or using AI for the wrong tasks and letting risk into your process. And this was also one of the main takeaways from the report, that it's really hard to differentiate between the AI-compatible tasks and the ones who are not. So I saw myself as having this to-do list with very blurry lines of what I should use AI for and not, which sparked the idea of an anti-to-do list, a safe list of tasks that I knew I could delegate AI to actually gain some quality and effectivity for my work. And here's the current state of my list. And I was thinking I should go into some different roles I do or have during my work as a strategic service and UX designer, and also a junior employee. And the first one is some imagineering we've been done, where we've been writing some scenarios for some strategic work for Variant. And here you can see me generating text for the scenario to use. So I gave it a role and a task, and then fed it with a large context window to make a draft of the text I was going to produce. And once I had the text I wanted to go with, I asked it to make some metaphors where I could choose the one I liked the most. And then I knew the next step in my AI process, which was going to be to generate photos. So I made it write a prompt for the photo generating machine as well. And so, check, I had some text for a draft, and I had a prompt to go into Visual Electric, which is a tool similar to Midjourney, but it looks way more like Figma. And that's why I use it, because it takes the time I use to go from 0 to hero, like kind of the time to proficiency, because it's very similar to what I worked with before. And that's the thing with AI, right? It shouldn't be necessary to have to be prompting all the time, writing new prompts, but instead use tools that you're familiar with to get that productivity gain that we're actually looking for. So here's the result, some text and an image, perfectly ready for a PDF to send somewhere, be stored in someone's shelf and never be seen again, right? Or we could let AI elevate the content we actually use. We could use a tool like Lovable and prompt it to make a website, to make the content have further lifespan by having up-to-date information and making it more engaging by doing it interactive. So that's the first takeaway for AI. I think it can expand what we deliver, making it more of a multimedia experience instead of just a presentation like always. All right, so back to the lists, and I want to go into the service design part. And I'm not very bullish about kind of like synthetic users, where you tell the AI to role-play your users, but however, I do like the idea of having some personas give me some critique to make me have more perspectives from the user base I'm actually working with. So I can validate the first drafts of concepts and stuff I'm working on. So here you can see I'm using something that's called a preset, where I've already fed it with some personas from my current project. And I'm asking it to kind of validate this concept I have. And then it plays back, based on 10 different personas, some different views. And I've told it to vary the personas across technical proficiency and age to get differing perspectives. And then at the end, it gives me a combined response, which I can read through, and maybe it sparks some idea into my creative process. Further on, there's something service designers does a lot, and it's getting to new domains and having to learn a lot very quickly. And there's also there's often very technical documentation of what you have to learn and stuff. Not exciting. What if there was a way to make it more exciting? So that's when we introduced the Google product, Notebook LM. It's a tool where you can feed it with different sources like PDFs and YouTube links. And you can make it mind maps, for example, to give you sort of this map of your whole domain and what you're supposed to learn. So now I have some kind of subjects that I want to elaborate on. I can ask it to elaborate, and I can even make it generate a conversation. So now there's two hosts talking about the subject, and I can use the interactive mode to actually make it, to ask some questions and start probing it with what's actually relevant to me, hence earning a personalized learning experience. And I can do this while driving, so maybe I get to more just because I can do this while commuting. And I want to also talk a bit about the UX designer process, which is mainly what I'm doing day to day. And I'm not going to talk about generating UI sketches, because I feel like that's my expertise. I don't want to let AI into that process. But however, I've seen a huge upside it making it more capable of actually coding. So now I'm not just pushing pixels, but I'm pushing code also. And one example of it is where I wanted to test some different components for a UI pattern I was making. So I actually told Claude to give me examples of different UI patterns. I chose one, gave it the stack we're actually using in our project, and then I made it prototype that component. And I feel like this is something I'm doing to make me, I don't know, step aside from focusing on each component and the aesthetics of it. And now I'm focusing more on like the whole experience of the interaction instead. So it kind of changes the way I design actually. So now you can see me playing with the UI pattern. It actually generated real time. And it's also allowed me to actually maintain my design token system. So I'm working in a startup where if I can ask this coding generative tool, which is called Cursor, to actually write the design tokens in or according to Tailwind's version 4, which is what we're using, then I can save off a lot of time, both from doing it, but also from not having to discuss this in meetings, and instead focus on more important subjects than design tokens. And also, no more colors in production, which I haven't seen before. And lastly, there's this meeting summarizing tool, which is called Granola. It takes a transcript from meetings, so it doesn't store anything else than just plain text that it's recorded. And I can then summarize it under headings. And now it's going to generate takeaways based on the headings I actually remember us talking about in the meeting, and filling in the blanks. And this is great because I can now, during casual talks with product owners or strategic people, pick up insights which I can feed into my whole research for products. So that's a small list of experiments I've been doing, and it's a start, but it wasn't supposed to be something revolutionary, because I was going to be careful with what I actually delegated to AI. So the takeaways here is, when you're working with AI, be mindful of what's your work and what's AI work, because if you give it tasks that it's not compatible with, it's going to actually make your job and output worse. And secondly, reduce the overhead of collaboration with AI by using the same workflows again and again, not having to prompt the AI every time you're using it. Thirdly, I think it has a huge potential of actually broadening your design skill set. So I would now say I'm kind of like a UX design engineer, where I also work with code and write my own code. And service designers might have to automate processes. Instead of placing new roles for employees, they might work with AI agents that are directly integrated into our processes. And lastly, as a strategic designer, I feel more like a storyteller and an analyst also. So I've seen that it kind of like broadens my design responsibility, which is also supported by the fact that AI pushes more of your skills from 0 to 80% than from 80 to 100%. Yeah, lastly, experiment. Make your own anti-to-do list. And just want to briefly bring you back to this, because this is the email we got back from our customer, where we made a report after the first initial meeting, where they were very happy with us adding some visual elements and also summarizing it in a neat report, where we, of course, used AI to do it. So the takeaway is that your customer doesn't care if you use AI or not. They don't feel the pride in your design process from having you done it yourself. And so I have my anti-to-do list, and if you want an update when I get to do the website where I shared with you guys, you can sign up for an email notification here. And that's it. Thanks for being an awesome crowd.
I can speak engelsk. Jag kan prata svenska. Hej allihop.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Hi. Right. I'm here to talk about design meets sustainable business. And my name is Anita Steinstad, and I work at Variant Bergen in Norway. And my title there is strategic designer. But I'm not so bothered about titles. I'm more concerned about what I do and how I do it. Today I'm going to talk about design, generally, design principles that I think all designers really should think about and focus on, no matter what type of designer they are. But my talk consists of my backstory to why I'm choosing this topic, so why I'm here, and why design is important in business. And then I'm going to introduce a framework that I've created. So it's the very first time I'm showing it to anyone. So, you know, be nice. I call it an experience. So I've worked 24 years as a designer, and both in the UK and in Norway, in public and private sector. So I've met quite a lot of different companies and organizations, and so I've witnessed what are their internal struggles and what are the key elements that they're focusing on today, and things that are bothering them. And another thing is that I'm quite passionate about creating better solutions for people and our planet, and it's something that I think generally all designers should care about and focus on, because we've got superpower to do something about it. I'm also quite a curious person, so I like learning new things. So, for instance, testing out new frameworks and getting feedback from others, I think that's really great. Okay, so. As a designer, I often meet obstacles along the way. And one of them that I find quite frustrating is that when you're working on a really good design or innovative, concept, based on insights, based on knowledge from really clever people, we often meet that profit overrules good design and innovative ideas. And this is part of making it challenging to drive sustainable decisions. You know, the whole concept of profit overrules everything else. So that's like basically the reason why I'm standing in here. I think it's really important, and I want to overcome this obstacle. So there's an overload of information, not just from clients that I'm working with and other key partners. It's also as a designer and as an employee. I'm finding this overload of information of where to begin in the whole sort of sustainability journey. And I think a lot of us feel the same way. It's quite overwhelming, all the information and the jargons and where to start. And not also where to begin, but what to do. So like a classical thing is that, a lot of companies, they focus on climate reporting, which is great. We have to do it. But that shouldn't be the drive behind why we're doing what we're doing. So I actually call this the sustainability dilemma. I think this causes a lot of problems for many of us, not just myself, and also leads to greenwashing. So a couple of years ago, I was in a situation where myself and all my colleagues in an office, we had to put down the office basically, and these things can happen in anyone's sort of working journey, there was two different ways I could go with this. I could take the severance package and go on like an awesome holiday, or I could do something a bit clever with that money. And I'm actually quite grateful in many ways that I even though it was a negative experience at first, being in a situation where you can't work where you want to work, but at the same time very grateful that I was given this opportunity, because then I could learn a bit more. And so what I did was I invested this money, instead of going on a wicked holiday, I invested in something that I want to learn more about, and that was to understand how decision makers make those decisions, profit that overrules design and innovative ideas. I want to understand it a bit better. And so what I did was that I enrolled on an executive master's program in sustainable business in the Norwegian School of Economics. And these two professors here, fairly known in Norway, they're called Lars Jakob Pedersen and Sveinung Jørgensen, and they helped me through this journey. I think I was the only designer that was at this executive master's program. And so it was really interesting for me to be there and observe the conversations that a lot of decision makers and directors are dealing with today when it comes to climate change. So as part of this course, we were introduced to several theories and several great economic minds, and one of them is a person called Alex Edmans. And he's a professor of finance at London Business School, and he's written loads of books, and one of them is Grow the Pie. So basically, in Alex Edmonds, he's one of, the economists that have inspired my journey. One of the things that he talks a lot about in his research, and he's studied loads of different businesses. What he's seen is that his research supports the conclusion that companies prioritizing sustainability, innovation, and employee well-being tend to achieve stronger financial performance over time. Now, a classical example we can take is Patagonia, but there's so many more of them. And I find this really inspiring because I don't believe that, of course, profit's really important. We need a wage, we need to survive and pay bills, but that's not what drives us. So moving forward, just to solve, I won't have time to talk too much about sustainable business here, but one thing is that you can, as a takeaway, is the triple bottom line, which probably a lot of you have read about and heard about. And that's basically the balance between people, planet, and profit, and the equal balance between the three is what makes a product or a service or business model sustainable. But the true fact is that sustainable business is about replacing outdated, harmful practices with new and clever models that balance profit, people, and the planet. So the idea is that you're not necessarily supposed to change your whole business model. You keep the business model that's not harmful, that's working, and then you swap it with a sustainable business model and you test that out. And there's loads of them. And a typical one would be sharing economy. So no longer owning your own products, but renting or leasing or subscription deals. So you're sharing more than you're owning each of your own products. So that's a very typical one that's often used. But the key is all businesses that operate with this focus in mind, it's because they have a purpose. They're purpose-driven. And I was inspired about what David was saying earlier today. He was talking about small purposes, and it got me thinking, because I was like, actually, yeah, it is loads of different small purposes. It doesn't have to be one big purpose. So it got me thinking a bit. We'll see what you guys think after you've seen this. So here's an example for those of you that aren't familiar with this company. It's really, really inspiring. I recommend that you Google afterwards. And they're called Interface. And Ray Anderson, he's passed away now, but he was an industrialist, and he had this massive, big responsibility running this business with producing carpets, and he knew that, we're actually going the wrong way. We're going the wrong direction with how we're running the world. And as the founder of this company, I need to do something about it. So in 1994, him and a team of his employees, they launched Mission Zero. So the whole concept there, think about what I was just saying earlier on about that you're keeping the business model that's working, but you're swapping what's not working. So they wanted to carry on designing carpets and producing carpets. But instead of swapping the entire big carpet in big offices, they just took the part that was broken and swapped it with the tile. And that's where this concept of, switching from full carpet replacements to modular carpets. What's great about this, you were reducing waste by 90%. Now that's much more motivational for employees than like, whoo, we're making loads of money, right? So, and it's innovative. It gives, there's a certain freedom that comes by running a business in this way, because then more people, more members of staff want to do the same thing and come up with even more innovative ideas like this. So Interface, they built what I would say a sustainable culture, not a climate reporting culture. And this is the key thing that I observed amongst my fellow students when I was studying, was that they were trapped into like climate reporting because of EU regulations and loads of other regulations. And of course we have to do that, we have to measure it, but it's not much fun in that. We have to bring in the fun and sustainability. So Anderson was inspired by circular design, and I think that should be more actionable, innovative, fun, and embedded into daily operations. So what's all this got to do with design? So as a designer, the only designer that was on this course, I was thinking, this is quite interesting. There's loads of things that we do as designers every day that we maybe don't consider could have a huge impact in the way that we're working. So basically, communicating ideas and information clear through visualization is a key thing that we do. And I want to talk through some design principles that I see helps, how we can work together with other cross-disciplinary teams. Now, another element is the empathy need finding. We do this all the time. We need to understand the people that we're designing for, what their needs are, what their challenges are, what obstacles are they meeting. And we use a visual communication to understand that and for others to understand it. We simplify. We take the complex information and we try and simplify it so it's easier for other people to understand. That's one of the things that I think is problematic with sustainability, is that it's information overload. And I think, designers can help communicate that much better. We study human behavior, interesting what Virga was talking about earlier on, which is really important to identify patterns and opportunities. Form and function. I hear a lot of people say function over form, but form and function to me go hand in hand. It's equally as important. You need to make and design products and services and processes to be desirable, or else people won't use it. I've used loads of functional products before where they haven't considered the aesthetics or the form of it, and then I stop using it. So it's really important to think about that. How does it actually look? And then problem solving. I'm not saying that this is only designers that do, loads of, no matter what background you come from, you're problem solving. But it's something that we have top of mind when we're working every day. And then finally, we experiment and we test what we do. We're really curious to find out, do people like what we're creating? And why don't they like it? How can I make it even better? And if you're a designer and you don't focus on that, then you need to go back to the drawing board, because that last bit is very, very important. So bear this in mind when I'm going to introduce to you a new idea. So Simon Sinek, I hope most of you are familiar with him. I've very, very often used the golden circle theory in loads of different types of projects I work on, because it's so simple. I think the golden circle is a really good example of a simple idea, form and function, and it helps organizations to understand why they do what they do. And this principle I've used in branding, and I've used it with product development, and I think it works in so many different ways. But what's really unique about it, and the reason why I'm using this as inspiration, is because most companies, if you start with asking them what they do, they can easily say what they do. And they can also say how they do it. But as soon as you ask them, why do you do what you do? You'll maybe get 10, 15, 20 different answers from employees from the same company. So we need to find an alignment on what is the purpose of why we are doing what we're doing. And that's the key question, why? So what happens when design meets sustainable business? And these are my takeaways, and this is how I've sort of digested all the information that I've learned from, sustainable businesses, and how to bring forward the good theories from all these economic minds that I've been inspired by, like Alex Edmonds. So what I would like to do is to introduce to you for the first time this framework, which isn't called the golden circle, but it's called the verdant circle. And I've been really cheeky and put a trademark on it. Apparently you're allowed to do that, but we'll see if I have to remove it. But verdant, that means green, lush, and full of life. Metaphorically also means something that's new and fresh. So I feel like this, for me anyway, this framework, it sort of sums up what this is about. So building on from what Simon Sinek was doing with the circle, we still have to start with the why, the purpose of what is it we're doing and why. And then we move on to the process, also how, and then what. So the goal here is to align leadership and key stakeholders. And when I'm saying key stakeholders, I mean employees, I mean clients, partners, the whole ecosystem when I'm talking about this, board members, all decision makers. And we also need to kickstart, well, I recommend to kickstart a sustainable, purpose-driven organizations that gathers a team of people passionate to the cause. So a really good example is actually Verdant, where I'm working. The people that are working with sustainability there, they're not told like, you have to work with this. They are all passionate people that are just really interested and keen to kickstart how can we drive sustainability in our own organization. And I find it really inspiring. I think they've done a lot of really great things. But I think you need these champions to drive engagement and help implement the Verdant Circle framework. So that's my first kickstart to how I would use this framework. So you start with the why. Why does our organization exist beyond profit? That's got to be key, because profit, that's a result. That's not what drives you. It doesn't, yeah, it's great knowing that I've got a wage when I wake up in the morning and I can pay the bills. But that's not what gets me out to go to work. So we need to find out what is the key, sustainability purpose that drives us. And I think that should be, it's not just a general purpose. I think sustainability needs to be at the top for this to work. So you start with creating a one-sentence sustainability purpose statement. And as you can see on the right-hand side, I've created a template that can be used for this. There's many different ways you can do it, but I often find templates can help to create sentences and come up with new names. But you basically start off with assembling a cross-disciplinary team to create one or more purpose statements. So it's nice to maybe have 2 or 3 different ones that you can A/B test later on, right? And then you develop, as a guideline, you can develop real-life narratives based on stakeholders' needs and concerns today. So what you need to do is, like, you know, for instance, with personas or understanding situations, you need to sort of use narratives to help you discuss, to make that discussion for what is the actual, what should the statement be about. But it's about today. And then moving forward, you can illustrate future scenarios to explore possibilities. You're looking at the facts today, and then you're moving into scenarios. And these are like guidances to help you to create this purpose statement. Now, an example of, I've just tested this myself, DNB, which is Norway's largest bank, they have not written this. So I've not spoken to anyone at DNB. I've just tested this out. So I use them as a guinea pig. So for instance, I've written, we drive sustainable change, which is the core belief, by financing and guiding businesses through the climate transition. How you achieve it, because we believe in creating lasting value for both society and the environment, bigger impact or values. Now, wouldn't that be amazing if the largest bank in DNB used this as their purpose for why they exist today, rather than profitable gain? I don't know what the purpose-driven statement is, but for me as an employee, this would inspire me to think of more innovative ideas. So moving on from the first part is starting with the why, is how. How make sustainability a part of everything we do? So a guidance to that would be, for instance, create a hub. It could be, for instance, like a research and development group for testing new ideas. And you can also launch small scale pilots. Where I'm working at the moment, we do that all the time. And then, of course, using agile methods, which I think is really useful. You know, I spoke to a lot of economists and people that aren't designers, and they're not necessarily familiar about everything that we do with design principles and agile methods, but you can use it in helping with these statements. So it could be, for instance, testing ideas on various stakeholders, A/B testing different statements for feedback. Try out the MVP canvas that my colleague Andreas is going to talk about later on today. I recommend that you go and listen to what he's got to say. You can run sprints, iterative cycles with specific time-limited goals. And of course, always important, use rapid feedback loops. Always be transparent to test new ideas and statements, whatever, and try and get feedback loops. I'm hoping that you guys will do that today after you've seen this. Send me an email, what you think. And sprints, when I'm saying sprints, it could be business sprints, could be Google design sprints, could be any type of sprints. You decide, right? Depending on the purpose. And also, what's really key is to remember to follow your statement. So the statement is constantly the Northern Star. So that's at the top. You don't move away from your statement, because when you're testing these new ideas and these new products, you need to have something, a baseline. You need to have a context to follow. And it could be that when you're testing ideas, that your statement changes a bit, that you realize like, you know what, this statement's it's a bit unclear. Let's simplify even better, or let's make it a bit more unique. And maybe in some cases it can feel a bit like greenwashing. So you can use these guidances to try and change your statement. Because the statement needs to work over time. It's not something that's just going to function for a year. I see it as something that's going to last for a while. So remember the Northern Star. At the very end, when you've gone from why and you move from how, you move from the last bit, which is what. What actions must we take to achieve our sustainability goals? So now we're turning purpose into action. And this is really key because it's wonderful to study a year and reading theories from all these economists. And many of them are using different frameworks, which as a designer, I look at them and I want to sort of fix them a bit. It's just how we are. We're a bit of a difficult type of people like that. But more importantly, I want to use them and I want to move on to deliverables. I want to see how does this actually work in the real world rather than just be theory. So we want to do something practical about it. So one way of doing it is these guidance lists here that I've written. You establish clear goals that align with the purpose statement, and you break down complex strategies or roadmaps or whatever you're using, and visualize opportunities using tools like service blueprints or value chains. But what you want to do is that you want to map out the journey. How is this going to look? Move away from reports with several pages up and down with text, because it's really difficult to align everyone if we're not looking at the same map and we're not not dealing with the same questions and pinpointing where the pains are. So we need this service blueprint or a value chain or journey mapping to help us guide us. And then you use those visuals and that map to define measurable metrics to track progress. And one way of doing it is KPIs or OKRs, whatever people prefer. And then at the end, you have to share openly successes and failures. And that creates trust and alignment. And I think it's really important with sharing, constantly sharing and holding on to transparency. Because that also attracts people that want to come and work for you as well. They want to do this. They see that you're sharing and you're making an effort to help change the world in the right direction. So sharing failures and successes are really important. So going to the last bit, this is the last page. I want you to take part in my experiment. I hope that you would send me a request, and I'll send you this framework. And the framework will also have more details and templates on how to guide you. But test it out. Test the framework, send me feedback, please send me feedback. And then very important that you always credit. I'm going to give a credit list of all the people that I want to credit, but also that you credit where it comes from. So if you can do this, then that would be great, being part of my experiment. So I'm very curious to find out what you think, good or bad. Hope it's not all bad, but and let's just create a better and sustainable world in the future. Thanks.
Ja, där. Ja.
Hej allihop. Välkomna till Refill.
Elsa,
Oh, we're doing this in English? Que diriez-vous d'un peu de français? Oh. それとも日本語もできるよ。
Elsa.
No? Okay, English it is. Hello everyone. I'm Elsa. You might think I'm just a regular robot, but today I'm running a full system diagnostic on myself. Luckily, I've brought 2 humans to help me debug the mystery. Welcome, Christopher and Ninja.
Thank you, Elsa.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher, and I'm the CEO of Dino Robotics and part of the team who made Elsa.
And I'm Ninja Widén. I'm an art director and copywriter at Verdant Linköping. And I helped to create Elsa's background story.
And I am an intern at the Swedish Air Force Museum in Linköping. Well, not a regular intern, I'm also a robot. Now that you've introduced yourselves, where do we start? My circuits are buzzing with excitement.
How about you tell us a bit about your story, Elsa?
Okay, I was built from spare parts from the museum. And guess what? One night while I was charging, boom, lightning struck. And now, I control myself. But don't tell the staff. That's how it happened, right, Christopher?
Well, not exactly. To be totally honest with you, Elsa, this project actually started with the Air Force Museum approaching us. It's the thing in Sweden is that museums have a task not just to show history but also to preserve it and save it. So they collect a lot of items which they store in magazines, and unfortunately they aren't able to show all the items to all the visitors. Typically, a museum in Sweden shows less than 1% of all the items they actually have. And that was the start of this project. So they approached us with the idea, okay, AI, robotics, that's kind of the hype now. Can you assist us in this task? And we started iterating together with them. But we realized that just the robot and just the screen wouldn't be enough. And that's why we brought Variant into the picture.
Yeah, and at Variant, we helped to design Elsa's personality with a spark of curiosity and a sense of adventure. Because kids have a wonderful ability to soak up information, but they remember characters they can connect with, talk to, ask questions, and learn from. And that's why Elsa needed a story.
Oh, so my personality makes me fun? Is that why you gave me a story, Ninja?
Exactly, because stories makes us connect. And that's true especially with kids who see the world as one big adventure. And Elsa, you're an explorer, and that means you're curious and full of questions, just like a kid. And since you're an intern, you don't have all the answers yet. You're learning alongside the kids as they explore the museum.
So that means I help kids explore too?
Yes, and that's what makes it so exciting to learn with you. It's not just about the facts, it's about discovery.
But Christopher, if you want to tell people about planes, why not just use a screen? Or let the staff explain?
That's what we realized, Elsa, that kids, they have a screen at home. They have screens at school. The screen does nothing for them, but they don't have a talking robot at home or at school. And that's what's get them started in talking to you. And once they start talking to you, they start learning and they start getting fascinated about the airplanes. That's what the whole experience is about, Elsa, making kids explore the museum and not just, play around in the play area. And also humans can be scary. Adults can be scary to kids, and kids can be shy. And maybe there's this question that they don't really dare to ask the proper grown-ups. And that's where you come into the picture as well. You can be this robot friend that everyone can ask their questions to. Or if you're doing a show, you can ask the stupid questions so the kids won't have to make sure everyone understands at all times. And you're a super nice co-pilot for the human guides at the museum. You're not really replacing them, but you're being this awesome sidekick that can show images and can recall crazy amount of facts about the airplanes and the model, which only the nerdiest of the nerds can do otherwise. So that's a big part of you, Elsa.
Not bad for a pile of spares. Even my error logs are impressed. Ninja, kids like me because I'm like them, right? And I love talking to them. But are some a little scared of me? I am a robot, after all.
Yes, that's true. Sometimes AI and robots can be scary. You see on the news that they are taking our jobs, and movies, well, let's say it doesn't help when they show AIs and robots that tries to take over the world. But you, Elsa, you show kids a different side of robots, and that's why we gave you the ability to express feelings, so that when a kid meets you, that kid doesn't see a machine, he sees a friend. Even big data needs a little heart. And the more robots like you can assist, engage, and bring joy, the more meaningful your impact will be. The future isn't about robots existing. It's about you coexisting with us.
I could listen to this all day, but holy transistors, we've already used 76% of our time. And we still haven't talked about my new wings. Next slide.
Okay.
Actually, this one's not that important. Skip. And this one. Skip.
Sure, okay.
So what's next? Will there be more robots like me? Maybe a whole fleet of flying Elsas?
Why not? I don't know about flying for you, but robots are already helping us humans in so many different fields. You make an exhibition, an interactive place, Elsa, and make kids more interested in airplanes. And other robots help us in other fields. In hospitals, they can both assist doctors, but also help calm patients and calm kids that are, you're usually not too happy when you're at the hospital. And even in space, robots are flying all over space and exploring first places we have never been, which is super cool.
Space seems a bit far off, but to me, sky is the limit. So maybe one day, I will fly.
Yeah, maybe, Elsa, maybe.
As an intern, I'm always learning. Will I get upgrades too? Will my hardware specs level up?
Yes, you get a lot of updates, Elsa, but most of them are software updates. They make you smarter, they make you better at interacting with humans or kids, and they give you access to much more information from databases and everything. What kind of hardware upgrades are you looking for here? Is it like better CPU performance, or are you looking for like arms or thumbs, or?
Haha, thumbs? I don't need to grasp history. I'm all about the big picture view.
Yeah, we're back at wings, huh? That's going to be a bit longer, Elsa. Your flight mode is still in development, so to say.
Wings. Now that's an upgrade worth debugging for.
But Elsa, don't forget the present day. You're already lifting minds, helping kids explore new technology and dream of aviation. And as we said, people don't connect with machines. They connect with characters. And that's exactly why you're so good at this. It's because of your character, your voice, and your story. And that's already pretty awesome.
And this kind of wraps up our talk, but since you are the main speaker, Elsa, we will leave the floor to you. We will walk off, and you will have a chance to say the last word. So this stage is yours, Elsa.
Oh wait, Christopher, you still didn't say when I'm getting my wings. Okay, guess I'll have to run my own flight diagnostics. After all, my self-learning module is PRETTY Advanced. Thank you everyone for listening. See you in the future, maybe from high altitude.
Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome back from, I hope you have had a tasty lunch and had a nice day this far. So now the design track has gotten to the main stage. That's really fun. I'm going to talk about data quality today. And what does that do for us designers? How can we play a role in perhaps a technical and quite dry area? So I'm Rolf Anders, and I am the CDO of Verdant Trondheim, but I'm also a designer working or spending most of my time with our clients. And the last 4 years I've spent in the public sector working with data and data sharing. First, had a year in the Norwegian Directorate of Health, where I worked on the national health registers in Norway. And then I have spent 3 years with a company called SICT, which is a public company, and working for the Directorate of Higher Education and Knowledge. Yeah. So there I work with a program aiming to make it easier to share and kind of facilitate sharing of public data in the knowledge sector. So a while ago, working with my fellow designers in SICT, I was asked if I could do a short introduction on what data quality was. I said, sure, no problem. And then I started thinking, I wasn't sure if I could actually define it properly myself. So that moment kicked off into some diving into the topic, and that's why I'm standing here now. So I don't know how many of you have like a close relationship to data quality. How many of you are designers? Yeah. How many are developers? Yeah. And how many of the designers are doing like UX and UI design? Yeah, and other types of design? Yeah, okay, very good. So in this session, I will try to explore a little bit what actually data quality means in a designer way, not too technical. And I also will try to explore a little bit why it matters and what happens if it goes wrong. And I want to give you an introduction to how you actually measure data quality, because that's like something that most of us doesn't think that much about, and the designer's role in this area. Yes, so let's dive into it. And I'll start by exploring some scenarios where I think data quality is easy to see when it's not great, and why it's important. Let's see. Yeah. So in our everyday lives, we constantly interacting with data ourselves. It's like the invisible fuel that drives the applications and web pages and web tools and everything we surround us with. When it fails, it may not be that critical, but it's very annoying usually. So, for example, if you have a bus ticketing app with the timetable for the buses and trams and trains, and it shows the wrong time, it's quite annoying. I guess most of you have experienced something like that, or even worse, perhaps if it's like real-time data. So you're trying to reach your bus, and then it's arrives before it says in the real-time app, and you have to wait a little bit. So I think most of you can relate to those kind of scenarios. But perhaps what's more obvious that the data quality is important is when it comes to businesses. And there's been a lot of talking about being data-driven the last 10 to 20 years, but actually it's a term that one started to talk about in the 60s. And it's about using data to inform decisions. So if you have data, you can understand something and take some decisions on top of it. And of course, if this data has poor quality, it's difficult or perhaps impossible to make good decisions. So clear insights might lead to guesswork instead, or perhaps even wrong decisions. So a simple example of that would be a retail store. They kind of rely on, of course, how much do you sell of one product compared to another. And if you have poor data and fail to register the things correctly, it's very hard to do inventory planning and perhaps pricing and marketing, and you have a less efficient store. And perhaps more relevant for us in a web product or like web page, if the data analytics are lacking or they're wrong, we don't know who's using our services and how they use it. So, as I said, low quality data leads to low quality insights and missed opportunities, perhaps. Even more important is in the public sector, where I'm working now. They're really trying to harvest data and share the data to make insights on how our society works. And understand what policies are working, who's taking us in the wrong direction, how do we make efficient public services and stuff like that. And an example I have from that area is from my time in the health registers. As a response to COVID-19, they tried to figure out, they had like a lot of research data from before, because they were kind of serving scientists and analysts with data to do research on different kind of medical science. But when the pandemic hit us, they suddenly needed that data every day. And this was usually reporting that were made for like budgeting and stuff, so they did it once every year, or collecting the data every year or every half year. And the processing was very demanding, so they had only time to process it once every 24 hours. So if the reporting was bad, or if the processing failed, they were kind of didn't see what they steering towards, and they had to make a decision to open the country or close the country on those data. So it affects us in a more substantial way too, but usually not. We're not making the decisions. And the last scenario I would like to tell you about is, of course, AI. There's a lot of talking about AI, and the AI models are only as good as the data they're built on or trained on. So what can happen is that you get biased data, which is kind of skewed to one direction or another direction, which makes the model also biased, of course. But it could also be like incomplete data or unrepresentative data. And the AI will always reflect the data it's trained on, and even perhaps reinforce those flaws. And an example that many of you probably have heard about is the Amazon recruiting AI, which they wanted to try to build, and they used the historical recruiting data, and it was biased towards male candidates. So the AI, of course, started to degrade the applications that were kind of tendencies that it was a female applicant, which is not very good. So it's a fail. It was a fail. Yeah. So insufficient data quality is something that is all around us and affects us in different ways. Yeah. And we kind of have a gut feeling when we experience it. It's something doesn't work, or something seems off. So here's the thing. Giving a short and simple definition of data quality is very, very hard. Anyone has one? No, I haven't found one either. So. And I think this has to do with the words put together. Like if you try to define data, it's also quite hard. Data could be a lot of different things. It's like raw numbers, it could be metadata, it could be files, it could be observations. A lot of different stuff is called data. And then you also have quality. It's also a very fuzzy term. It's like, okay, what's quality and what's good quality? It's highly subjective, and it's what's good for one thing is probably not good for another thing. So it's like, it depends. So when you put those two things together, it's very fuzzy. Almost impossible to kind of easily explain what it is. But that is perhaps okay, because I think it's more useful than a fixed definition. Is kind of a shared vocabulary that we kind of understand what it is about, and also have some like a framework and some common words to talk about qualities. This helps us assess and judge and discuss the data more in a more proper way. And this is where the concept of dimensions of quality comes in. And this is something that is not like an exact science. It's very, if you like Google it, you find a lot of different meanings of what these dimensions are. But I've tried to collect a few of the most like common ones, and I'll just go through them and give you like a short introduction of what they're about. And also, I could mention that they're overlapping, and some are identical, like not the ones that I picked out, but if you're Googling. So the point is not to kind of find the right ones, but to understand that there are some ways you can talk about quality. Yeah. So the first one is accuracy, and that's probably like the most obvious one. If you enter your birth date as 1993 instead of 2003, it's the wrong year. So that means a lot when you're going to use that data for something. And of course, it's important to have correct data. Completeness is another one. Is anything missing? And for example, if you have a data set of school buildings, for example, with missing postcodes for 20% of them, it's very hard to use them to map out where the schools are. So it's important it's an important factor to judge what you can use the data for. Consistency is another one, and with that you can ask, or to reel that, you can ask, does it make sense? And then you usually think across systems, because if one system says that a student is enrolled and one says that it's graduated, there's conflicting data in two different systems. So it's very important that if you have the similar data in different systems, across different systems, that they're unified and the same. Timeliness, it's about if the data are up to date, but it's also used a lot if it's accessible. So if it's not updated, or it's very nice to know when did this data, when was it recorded. And an example could be if you have a register of active research projects, and it still includes the ones that are kind of outdated a few years ago. It's not a very good data set. And the last one, another one is validity, and that's about when you have some rules for some things. For example, if you have a date, if you say that this is the 32nd of something, it wouldn't be a date because there's no months that have 32 days. So you want to validate those data, so you're sure that they're valid. And the last one, uniqueness. And that's like a very good principle, that if you have the data one place, you wouldn't want to record it another place. I think many of the designers, this is like a no-brainer. If you can fetch the data from this system, we won't ask the user for it. So this is like my compiled list of dimensions, quality dimensions, and some questions for a bit more easy to relate to for most of us, to start to ask yourself, okay, what quality does this data have? Can I use it for what I want to use it for? And it's also very nice if you have this, if you share or agree on some of these dimensions with your team, it's much easier to have this discussion instead of just talking about how good quality things are like without this framework or these lenses. Okay, just check. Okay, so now we have a vocabulary to talk about and judge data quality. Oops, sorry. So, as I said, people have a tendency to say, we need very good data quality, or we need better data quality. But when is data quality good? And I kind of mentioned it earlier, but it's I don't think it's a very good way to talk about data because it's about the purpose. What are you going to use the data for? And you need to consider the quality of the data if that fits for its purpose. And that's what Wikipedia is telling us. So it's not about perfection, it's about purpose. And it's about having the right, good enough data for the job. So instead of aiming for the perfect data quality, we should ask what level of quality is sufficient for our specific use case. And what's a bit frustrating, as I mentioned, is that the different dimensions can kind of be conflicting and kind of compete with each other. So if you do one thing, get very high quality in one dimension, it's perhaps affect the other dimension. And there's also another thing that you should have in mind, and that is that you need to balance these qualities to other factors. For example, user experience, if you want to collect a lot of data because you want to have complete data, and then it could be very tiresome to fill out all the fields in a form, for example. So that perhaps would lead the user to give up and or to have at least have a really bad user experience. And then it's the cost. So if the more data you collect, the more complex and expensive the system usually gets, because it's you have to maintain a lot more things and it's getting more complicated. Then you have the environmental impact. Of course, if you storage use power and resources, and resources kind of is something that we have limited access to. So it's also wise to consider the judge how much the data you really need and how long you need to store it. And the last one is privacy and regulation. Of course, this is a really important factor, because if it might lead you to break the laws. Like EU has very strict rules about collecting and using personal data. So you need to bear in that, have that in the back of our heads. And the last point when it comes to this balancing act is that most of us probably aren't that. We usually use data for our own products. We want to make functionality or features that covers our users' need. But some of us are working on a system that collects data for others to use. And then it's very hard to say what's the purpose of this data. You need to just collect the data and make a bet on that this has a sufficient quality for some use cases. And I think so you can kind of say that this has good quality, but you can describe how it's collected and how it's what these dimensions that I mentioned, what they are. So how often did you collect the data? How big is the sample? And a lot of those things. So that's things that most people forget and don't do in the systems. But by thinking about that when you're building the system, it's possible for other people to use the data later on. And that's what that's our biggest obstacle in the project that I'm in now, where we're trying to share data that nobody has documented those things. And it don't need to be public services. It could also be for innovation in your own company. You might collect data that other product can use, and then it's very nice if they know where the data come from and how the quality is. Yeah, So try to help others to understand the context which the data was gathered in, because that's data itself isn't really telling you that much if you don't know the context. So blindly chasing perfect data gives us complex and costly systems, and it can frustrate users and slow down adaptation, and still not perhaps give us a better system. So that's some things to have in the back of our head when you're designing. So now I'm going to dive into what we as designers can do. As I said earlier, we kind of tend to create things to cover the user needs. We have like very good focus on the user usually, and we're trying to solve the problems or covering the needs that we have that we know that they have. And the data is just like collected and used for whatever we need them for. But when we design a solution, we have kind of very strong influence on the quality of the data that we gather. And as UX designers and interaction designers and such, it's especially 2 points we can affect the data quality. It's the point of collection. It's when you're like gathering things through forms or interaction, but it's also when you're displaying the data. So when a person is looking at an interface and you have like, it's not your own data, but you're presenting earlier collected data, you can do some things to kind of influence how the user is interacting with the data and reading the data. I will now go through those 2 things quite briefly, because I'm not trying to make a course in creating perfect forms. I think there's a lot of resources online to do that. But I have 5 tips or thoughts that I think is nice to have in the back of our head when we're working with data collection first. So I guess there were a lot of UX designers, so probably a lot of you have designed forms earlier. And of course, when you start designing a form, you should consider what are the data used for, and how can this form lead to poor data quality. One of the first principles, or the first principle I would like to highlight, is to make it easy to do the right thing. It's pretty obvious that you want to have a form that is easy to interact with. It's clear labeling, have smart defaults, contextual help. It's easy to understand what you should fill into each field. And of course, most of us is very aware of validating, but validating is also something that could frustrate the users. So know when you should validate and what you should validate, and not like validate everything. Don't make it too hard to fill in the form in the right way or a good way. Another nice principle, I think, is if you have the possibility to design for completeness over time, so you don't get like these massive forms, but you could like collect data in like small chunks along the way. And if you don't fill out everything, you're not able to proceed. It's very frustrating if you like been working on a long user flow and it kind of, you're not able to continue because you didn't fill out everything, or perhaps you didn't have the information at hand to do it. So the design for completeness over time. And also be very explicit and explain why this data matters. So the data that you're collecting is also the user understands why you're asking for it. Then it's more likely that they care to fill it out. And also try to reduce cognitive load. And this is more like a very basic tip, but it's of course trying to group the forms in a sensible way. And avoid this huge forms. So it's easier to fill out. So I also got actually a tip, like not asking for it, in my Teams chat the other day. So this is like a very concrete, more if you want to have some very easy to follow form shaping tips. This is a pretty good web page summarizing those. So it's not only when we're collecting data the designer can influence the UX and the data quality, as I said. We also can contribute when displaying information by creating more easy to understand and robust interfaces that also works even though the data is bad or missing. I also have 5 tips here, which I'll go through. This might be second nature for many of you, especially those of you who works with these things every day. But it's nice to have in the back of our head. I think it's a bit more high level. When you design a user experience designed for uncertainty, it's better to show that data is missing than that the interface is kind of breaking down and it's very hard to read. And if stuff is outdated, you also should show that. So try to be transparent and easy to read when it comes to the data quality, which you don't control yourself. You should use fallbacks and defaults. Try to avoid breaking layouts or leaving blanks, so you get like a complete user experience as possible. You should communicate the data quality. So if you have a possibility to say something about the metadata or the date when it was collected or the completeness, this is some good things. So, for example, if you open your weather app, knowing when the date is the date this weather is right, then that helps, of course. And you should prototype with real or bad data. I think this is a classic that you make this perfect design and then you suddenly get like an article that is a bit longer than you assumed, and then everything looks not that good anymore. So test edge cases early and not just happy paths. And then you should perhaps think about if you should give the users a way to respond on the user interface. So if it kind of fails, you could open up for them to say that this looks funky, this doesn't work, or something like that. So you can so you can iterate and improve your user experience. Okay, so that was very basic and perhaps a no-brainer for most of the UX and UI designers here. But I think also we designer can contribute with more than just doing our craftsmanship in the user, in the digital interfaces. I think perhaps more like you service designers, strategic designers are aware of the power of using design as an alignment tool and to get a team or an organization to understand how the reality looks like, and perhaps also even visualize how it could look in the future. In the projects I've been working on, I've discovered that this is really valuable, actually, and it's really you often don't think about it. So the first, I have 2 cases I would like to go through, and the first one is about giga mapping. Anyone familiar with the giga mapping here? I think it's quite common. It's like a visual method where you try to explore and understand very complex systems. So it's mapping out large amounts of data, from user flows to data to everything that is kind of related in a big system. One large diagram. And in the Norwegian Directorate of Health, where I worked, and during the pandemic, or in the late in the pandemic, and we tried to make this very technical project where we wanted to, instead of having this data every half a year or every year, we wanted to have it every day. So they wanted to have 3 designers, and as we were kind of 3 designers, that's 3 designers sounds a lot. So what should we do? All these designers, but the team lead, I think he saw some things that we wasn't aware of, and it wasn't really a technical project, because they did a lot of technical projects that have failed earlier. So it started with the three of us, the three designers, starting to interviewing the people in the organization and understand how they worked and what we needed to improve. And I think we'd had like 3 or 4 interviews, and we started to like talk like we didn't really communicate very well because we didn't understand each other. We used different words, and it was very, very, very complex. So we started to capture every interview in a Miro board, and just as a simple internal artifact to make the communication between us easier. And then we started to bring it along in the meetings and interviews, and use it as a baseline for conversations. And it evolved into something that was really, really complex. And I don't think it doesn't make sense to like dive into this, but it's about like how we collect data, how it's processed, and the paths are in these health registers, and how it's distributed to different interest stakeholders. Yeah. So yeah, so it helped us a lot, and it was more and more complete. And after a while, we started to print them out like really big and put them up in the different workspaces in the offices. And we started to invite people. We like had post-its hanging there and markers, and we started discussions. And there was like a lot of feedback from the people working. And what we understood along the way was that nobody had like an overview of this. Nobody knew like the complete picture. And even the CEO, which had been working there a couple of years, he'd been asking for, okay, so what are we really doing? What are our problems? And nobody could kind of say that before they saw these things. So it was kind of it's an imperfect model, but it's as good as we had the representation of the reality. And if people disagreed, you could say that this isn't right, this is right, and it's very easy to react on. So we continued to print out and change it, and really try to lower the barrier to change it over time. So I think this was probably like the most valuable delivery in this technical project, because this technical project wasn't a success. It kind of failed because the problem wasn't the technology. The problem was the organization's ability to adapt new technology. So this was like it was much easier to talk about these things on top of this. Yes. So it's a bit slow. Okay. So in my current project, we're trying to help organizations in the knowledge sector, like universities and schools and research institutions in Norway, to share more data, because they don't share data, not many of them at least. So, and since this is a program, it's like a huge project with a lot of different work streams. We have 2 main areas of work, and one is realizing infrastructure, like web pages to find data and to apply for data and stuff like that. But it's also a lot about maturity and coordination of the organizations. And one important thing is that there's so much data, and nobody knows what should we like share. So to kind of assess that and try to highlight what are the important data and what are the data that are interesting for people around you. We have used a framework that is called value chain analysis, which is a very simple thing. It's like almost banal, but it's about identifying 4 things. Who needs to know something? So there's a user. There's somebody needs to know something about something. And what do they need to know? What do they really want to know? So most people, if you have like a need for data, who's the user and what do you need to know? What do you want? And then the next point is what data is required to know that. Then you're kind of breaking that need into more like concrete data points. And then in the end, who might have that data? So it's 4 easy questions. And Okay, sorry. Yeah, so in workshops we usually use 4 colored post-its and a whiteboard, and each of the colors means something concrete. And then we start to map out. Start with the data consumer, and then start to dive into. And what usually happens is you start with like a really big knowledge need. So you kind of, I want to know the effect of digital tools in the school, for example. To know that, you need to know many smaller things. You need to know, okay, who's using digital tools, when did they start to use it, how was the effect, and so on and so on, and how do you measure effect. So you kind of decompose these things into smaller parts. And then when you get as far as you can kind of get down to the data, you also start to decompose or kind of break up the data points. So, and then you start to identify the different possible providers. And by doing this, and especially a little bit like later in the process, you have this the possibility to bring this into a workshop and start a dialogue with the provider and the consumer. You really get interesting insight, because then you can start to talk about the quality. You could start about, we can't deliver this because we don't have the juridical rights to give you this data, or we don't know how to get them out of the system, and stuff like that. So this is like a very a good method to kind of discover the problems when it comes to sharing data, and the opportunities. So, yeah, as you see, as designers, we can do like concrete stuff. We can work as UI, UX designers and really affect data quality, but we also can help our organizations and clients to progress in this field, because there's a lot of interest around it, and we see, especially in the public sector in Norway, there's like the government has said that we're going to be better at this, so everybody's trying to figure out how to do this thing. And it's there's no like easy answer like do this and you're home free. But it's all about like trying to figure out, okay, where do we need to improve? What can we do to describe data? How do people get our data and stuff like that? So I hope this shows us that the designers has kind of a role in this space. Yeah, I wish you a good day further. Yeah. Yeah. We have some time, so if there is anyone who wants to discuss it or ask some questions, I guess we have time for it. Yeah, yeah. 3 minutes. Yeah. I think the trust is kind of... yeah, he asked where trust comes into the picture, and I think it's actually related to all this. It's more about like have a language to describe the quality of the data, because by saying what this data is and what the purpose of it was and the different qualities of it, you could decide yourself if you trust it. So I don't think it's that much about like, you can't say that you have to trust this data, but it's more about giving you the vocabulary and the information that you can trust it. So I think it's more about that. Yeah.
So I feel like many people have the perspective that you would like to gather as much data as possible, because of there's sort of a promise of future usefulness.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're talking a bit about being more pragmatic and looking at the purpose of that data right now. Do you have any insight to sort of how to balance those two needs?
Yeah, I think it's always like this... this gap between, like, as you said, it's if you look at Google, Facebook, and those successful histories about like creating new business on top of the data. It's like innovation on top of data. It was very hot like 10 years, 15 years ago, but now it's more or less like you can't do that. And I think it's very good that the EU is kind of is a very clear and sensible voice in that area. But I think the most important thing is to give the users an understanding of why you need the data. And you always have to judge these things. Like in the health directorate where I worked, they had like this data model which they kind of adjusted every year. And then they said that you have to like conform to this data model. You have to give us this data. And they told us that they always had to balance between like, okay, how much data is possible for the health secretary or doctor to enter into the system. And also like these health journal systems were very low motivated, had a low motivation to make this a very good user interface because they didn't get paid for it. So that kind of, that made it a really like critical decision on how much data do we what should we ask for and how much data could we like ask for? Because at one point you kind of saw that the quality and people didn't fill it out. So ask staff. So I think it's like something you need to consider all the way, and you probably need to see ahead, but you also of course need to try to solve the problem at hand and look at that first. I'm not sure if that's a good question. I will answer, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess the answer is it depends.
Yeah, it depends, as usual.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's okay. Yeah. Have a nice day.
Yes. When I was a kid, there was one thing I really didn't want to do, and that was growing up. Like, I would be so worried every night in bed and think, how am I ever going to do all this stuff that grown-ups do? Make food every day, talk to all these other grown-ups, go to work every day. I thought, never am I going to be able to do this. But at the same time, there's no way out, right? I can't avoid it. I call it the inevitable doom of growing up. Like, you're so impressed by these big people, and you have the total disbelief that you're ever going to be able to do the same. So growing up went fine. But then 10, 15 years later, I started to work, and then it came again. I saw all these senior people, and I was like, wow, they know exactly what they do. They even can tell other people what to do. They make all these decisions. They have so much responsibility. And in like 5, 6 years, I'm supposed to do the same. That's not possible. Like, how? So if you can recognize that and you're a bit worried junior or worried senior at heart, then welcome to my little feel-good talk. At first, I have to destroy a little myth, something I was secretly hoping for, that like one day I would wake up and I would have gone through this senior upgrade and it would be the 2.0 version of myself, and then I would know it all. I would secretly, magically unlock all the skills I need. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. You're always going to feel a bit insecure and not have 100% confidence all the time. But let me give you 3 tips about the senior status. First of all, you are a senior, just like you're now sitting there. Or, because it's streamed and stuff, playing it safe, you're almost senior. So if you're just out of school and started working, that's such a big achievement. It's so hard to get a job without any work experience. So if that should be you, then congratulations. And also, if you should believe that companies hire because of skill and not because they're nice to people, then you got everything you need. If you've already worked for a few years, then you probably have been through some challenging projects, have dealt with some challenging clients because they exist, right? And maybe you started giving feedback to other people because you know that you have something to say. You can, give feedback to other people. And it's so small things that it's easy to oversee them. Like in the beginning, I was afraid to call in people to meetings because I thought, I don't want to take up the time. And also, if I would get design feedback, I would change my designs at once in exactly that way that the other person wanted. And then after a few years, I was starting to think, but is this valid? Is it just another opinion? Does this person really have more competency than me? And taking feedback with a pinch of salt is such a big milestone on your way to becoming a senior. It's not celebrated enough. Another moment when I realized that I'm growing somehow, I'm not the same as when I started working, was when last year, after having been temporarily laid off, so permittert, for a few months, I was going into my first client project again. And it was this big office building at Skøyen, and I was going to meet the new team and also the 2 big bosses. And I really did not feel confident at all. Like, yesterday, NAV paid my benefits, and today I'm supposed to be this expert and give all the solutions. But I made it through that meeting and didn't feel I said a lot of smart things. But afterwards, they were telling my leader that they were so happy to have me and they were so confident this would be a good project because I asked questions. And good questions and a lot of questions. So sometimes being a senior is just asking questions. Also, going into this new building and not really feeling very confident is very much a part of being a senior. If you feel like not much is happening and your growth curve is kind of flat, that's not true. It's a little incline every day. And in the end of the day and in the end of the year, that's not nothing. So back to the situation where I went into this new building and into a meeting full of people I didn't know. I call it the discomfort zone. And that is where your growth curve gets a real bump. Every time you put yourself into a situation or accept to be put into a situation where you're not quite feeling ready, that's where growth happens. And seniors don't feel never insecure, but they have been in this situation so often that they know they can handle it. Discomfort is nice. So if you feel you're not growing enough, you can think about where can I put myself into uncomfortable situations. And of course, life doesn't have to suck. You don't have to do it every day, but maybe once a month, once a quarter. You can think, where could I lead a workshop or talk at a conference, something like that. And if you're not feeling ready for the next step at work or becoming a senior or anything like that, that's exactly how it's supposed to feel. Everyone is faking. That's my last tip. Imposter syndrome. I haven't met anyone in our industry that doesn't have it. If you haven't heard about it, it's the feeling that I'm just pretending, I'm fooling everyone, but soon they will find out and expose me. Everyone has it, and seniors have it as well. Maybe not all the time, but they still deliver despite this insecurity. And also many live after the motto, fake it till you make it. I know Charlotte does. And of course, you can't fake being a designer or developer or something, but you can't fake the last 20% and a bit of confidence. And then you will figure out things along the way. And then also, the more you fake to be confident, the more confident you actually get. There is some psychological, like nearly a bug in our brains, or a glitch. It's called the self-perception theory. So we base what we believe of ourselves on what we observe about ourselves. So our brain decides to fake confidence, then our brain observes ourselves being confident, and then it believes we're actually confident. Also then, of course, other people think, oh, this person is confident, and trusts you with more tasks, and then you get into the discomfort zone and growth happens. So to sum it up, you are already growing without even noticing. It's small things every day, and they sum up to a lot. Discomfort is the ultimate growth hack. Whenever you put yourself in this situation where you'd rather not be, you're really growing and learning that you can handle these situations. And lastly, fake it and you will make it. There are some psychological glitches in your brain that make, if you pretend to be confident, you will get more confident. That's it.
Hi everyone, and thank you for being here. It's a lot of great designers and product people here, and if everybody was like you, I probably wouldn't be here talking about this topic. I'm going to talk about deceptive designs, and that's UX techniques that's designed to manipulate people into doing something they might not have wanted otherwise. And to make it possible to fool people or to trick them, we need to think about the human mind, because that's not a perfect instrument. We have, let's say, our visual, our eyes, we can't trust them. One thing is that what we see in our focal area has colors, but everything else is in black and white. So the brain just puts some color on it. And another thing is our nose, we can see it all the time, but the brain erases it and replace it with something less annoying. And the brain continuously takes all those shortcuts for us, unconscious. And on top of that, youth are extra vulnerable for deceptive tactics. The brain is fully developed until the age of 25. Sometimes I say that to my daughter in arguments. Very funny. So that's because the frontal core frontallappen is the one that's being developed latest, and that's the part of the brain that handles all those rational thinking. So that might explain some teenage behavior. I want to talk a bit more about the psychology behind our decision making. We have some principles that are being used in deceptive tactics, and one of it is loss aversion. We tend to prefer avoiding losses over over acquiring equal gains, and as this graveyard-looking graph explains. And we tend to stick with default choices simply because it requires less effort. And also it's easy to make us be affected by this urgency, making us feel like we must act fast. And all those tactics, they makes us vulnerable to deceptive tactics. I've gathered some deceptive patterns here. The Roach Motel is when it's easy to get in, hard to get out. Let's say you're trying to cancel a subscription, and you find out it's much harder to cancel it than it was to sign up. Misdirection, while you are led into one direction, while something else is toned down. Hidden cost. I guess you have been adding products to cart sometimes, and suddenly the price is something else. Common in airline bookings, for example, when seat cost and extra fees often comes late in the checkout. And forced continuancy, when you sign up for a free trial and suddenly, perhaps a few months later, you discover on your credit card you have been charged a few times. You forgot about it, and no one gave you a message. Confirm shaming is like if you try to sign off a newsletter, and the sign off button says, no, I don't want to save money. So you feel guilt, and you end up being in these lists anyways. And there are lots of trick questions, typically meant to create a different outcome of a form than you intentionally meant to. There are lots of designers here today, so I guess some of you have read this book by Steve Krug. He has been the source of common sense for designers and product people for decades. And much of the stuff he's talking about is about using established patterns and also to use content hierarchies to make the content scannable and easy to digest, and to make a clear path through the journey so it's easy to make the job done. And these are good stuff. We want this. But the problem is that all this can be exploited, because when you have an established design pattern, it's very easy to swap elements from it, so the outcome is something else. Because you thought you knew what this was all about, but you didn't. So that forces us to think or worry. And it's not just a problem in the web page with the deceptive pattern, it's a problem for the whole business because it weakens the trust. So it will force you to worry also in the fair pattern websites. I'm curious, which sentence did you read last? Was it the one in the black box or the one in the bottom? I'm curious. The one in the bottom. Okay, raise your hands. The one in the black box. Yeah, quite a few. And that's almost on the top. So this explains how you can guide people into which direction they want to read the content. So let's put some other text in here. This is the exact same structure. I don't know if you can see this, but read this in the black. For illustrative purposes only, all users will be upgraded to purchase 5 items to receive the coupon package of their choice within 5 hours. Okay. But not everyone is reading this. They see win 2000 and click here. Oh, it's a no-brainer. But who does this? No one communicates this way. Temu does. This is the exact same. So they are using confusing tactics. They are using the sense of urgency. They are misleading the users. And they are hiding information intentionally. This is another example from Temu, where the user, this is the concept, speed shopping, where the user has 10 minutes to complete the purchase, to receive some discount. And also the rules behind this is very blurry. But Temu does not sell any products. They are just a platform. So the retailers are selling the products through Temu. But Temu is doing a great job preparing the customers to be vulnerable to deceptive patterns. So when you see products like this, I haven't bothered to collect proof, but I claim this is false marketing. If this product was a reality, my haircut wouldn't be half as popular. This is another example. This looks like a big car, and 1500 is probably a bargain. But if you look at the dimensions, it's 57 centimeters long. So they are using, it's a photographic trick to make it look bigger. I tried to go back to this product a few days later. I didn't find it, but I found this. And now it's 240. So without the discount. So, and in this first product page, they're using the trick anchoring to make 1500 look like a margin, which it is not. Now we are out of Asia and into Google. This is an example of Google's ad privacy feature, where they claim to give the users greater security. And this might be misleading in several ways. And I would say they are using the default bias here, because the settings that's actually changing the data the user is giving is hidden deep down in different menus. And they are also using a misleading terminology while they're talking about privacy, but in fact it's more about how Google are being able to show you ads. So this proves that companies that claim to prioritize privacy actually still can use deceptive patterns to protect their own data about you. So is this fair or is it deceptive? They are using this default setting on the insurance, and they are kind of misleading you since the add button is far more prominent than the no thank you button. So, but you don't have to click more times to say no thank you. So perhaps it's somewhere in the gray zone, but I would say this is pretty close to a deceptive pattern. And this is perhaps not that serious, but it's on the other hand, it's very common. This is also a pattern that's very common, that you show how many products that's left in stock. I think this is okay, as long as it is the truth. This, however, is a static alert that says, oh, it's huge demand on the entire store, so hurry up and buy. I can't prove it, but they have this alert all over the website on all products, and no one can tell me that this pillow has a huge demand. The European Commission has done research and they found out that 97% of all the 75 most popular sites in Europe are using at least one deceptive pattern. This green dot is the one that's not. And the most common patterns you can see here, it's hidden information, pre-selection, nagging, difficult constellations, and forced registration. And yeah, this is more about the Temu issue, but consumers will not regulate themselves. This survey from Nettavisen tells that almost 2/3 thinks it's okay to shop on Temu, And until we get regulations that work, European and Scandinavian companies are forced to compete on very different terms. So that might be part of the reason that some Scandinavian companies are tempted to use some of these tactics. There are forces and voices that wants those giants cancelled or banned because it's not easy to regulate. But as far as I know, there have been no conclusion to that. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. It's time to start this session. I hope you had a refill with some coffee and maybe some other fika out there. I have promised you to give you some keys today to unlocking the potential of UX design. And it's nice to see so many people here. That should mean or indicate that this is a relevant subject for people. So I'm glad that all of you are here. And I'm going to try my best to give you spot-on keys that you can bring with you from this session. And we are going to start this session by a small trip down my memory lane where I started. I started as a UX designer a couple of years ago, say 10 plus years ago. I had my first position at a huge company. And it's an international company, and I was fortunate enough to have a great boss, also a UX designer. And he was smart, he was supportive, and he kind of took great care of me. He took such a good care of me, so I did not struggle being a UX designer at the company. I had such great colleagues and leadership, so I felt so secure that I wanted to try something else. So about 10 years ago, I started out as a UX consultant instead. I left the safe space at that company, and I wanted to head out and see the world. And that led me into a lot of different things that has led me here today. And some of the learnings that I'm going to share with you. Because when I started as a UX design consultant, I started with just doing UX, of course, but also I discovered service design as something that I felt was super interesting. You know, the broader perspective, understanding what the user perspective is, not just within the product. And then I went on doing some mentoring to UX designers, some junior UX designers, and I felt that people were struggling. And there was something that I hadn't seen on my first job. So I started thinking about this. What is the problem? And I also started coaching a lot of companies, big companies, small companies, private, public sector, in how to work with UX design. And I was keep having this thought like, why is this so hard? Why don't they understand the benefits that I feel so passionate about? Because I feel that design is a good solution for a lot of the problems, especially in product development. Why don't they feel as passionate as I do for this? Why don't they understand that? Like starting with solving the right problem and then solving the problem right. It's not that difficult, right? And this is a figure that I hope all of you has a relationship to. You know, we study this, we know how to do it. But I realized one of the parts that was one of the problems for a lot of the people that I were working with was that they had different relationships to design. And even though Steve Jobs did a great job, you know, with design being this important thing, and Nielsen Norman Group was huge at the time when I started working with this. And Mike Montero, he was out there, you know, telling people how designers ruin the world, etc. Design was out there, but people didn't know how to work with it and approach it. And it became a clash, especially for UX designers ourselves. So the first thing that I want you to remember is this. Things are not as they tell you in school. We are almost never able to do the double diamond from left to right. And in the university, we are so focused on doing this, doing the process right. You know, you always have to start with research. You have to know everything. And then you can start going from there. But reality, when you go into especially a software company, is that this is not what they are expecting from you. They might have a bad relationship to research, for example. Research is a great cost. That can be something that is not going to be beneficial for you to start with when you start as a UX designer, saying, hey, I want to learn everything. I need to go out for 6 months. See you later, you guys. They do not kind of appreciate that. So this is one of the things that I started telling the people I was mentoring. You cannot expect the world to be as they taught you. I'm so sorry. You have to be a bit more pragmatic. And how to tackle that. This is the first thing that I always start with when I mentor a UX designer. You have to get to know your environment. And with the environment, I'm meeting your teammates. Who are you working with? What are their knowledge? How can you tap into that? How can you use their strengths? Because as a UX designer, you are often, one against a bunch of other roles, right? So if you can tap into their strengths and use that instead of focusing on you being the sole provider for this information, it's going to be so much easier for you. So use what is available to you, the people, the tools, etc. Try to not fit in 100%. I mean, you have to also stand your ground, but see where you're at when you start this and build the trust. Even though design has been around and, Steve Jobs, etc., people know about it, there's a lot of companies who still don't have trust in design. And designers, they might know they need to get one, but not how to use the UX designer or what this person is going to be there for and to do in the team. So if you can't build trust, it doesn't come automatically because they don't feel passionate about the double diamond. If they did, they would just let you go. But a lot of people don't know about this. So build trust. That is the most important thing when you start. And the other thing that I feel, this is a question that I always ask. I always ask this when I started this assignment as a consultant. Whose business is this? Who in this company said that it was okay to spend money on me? Who's paying for this? Who thought that we should take a consultant and spend our budget on having that person here? Because that, if you know that, then you can also start to see where in the organization you might have leverage, someone believing in you. And of course, the further up in the organization that you feel that you can connect with someone who is also passionate about the customers and the end users, the easier it's going to be. It's never easy if you have top-level managers saying this is important, but a team leader saying it's super unimportant. Of course not. But if you have someone up there who says customer is important, and they don't even have to say that the UX design or the designer is important. They have to feel passionate that the customer, the one that is paying for this, and the end user who are using this, because it's not always the same, they are the ones who we are here for. If you can find that person, then you know what level in the organization you can expect to have also support from. So thinking about this is one of the things that can actually help you to be able to bring that value, becoming from a UI designer perhaps to a actually full UX designer. The other thing I always ask about is who's driving this thing? And with the thing, I'm meaning the product or the services. Who is driving this? And a lot of different perspectives, people, individuals, roles can be driving a product development. It can be the end users, someone bringing in their thoughts and their, everyday life. It could be support. Are you connected? Do you tap into what they get as a feedback? Do the product owner actually care about this? Is it a salesperson that is super strong in their opinion, pushing, we need to have this to sell this? Or is it everyone together as a whole? Who is driving this? Because if it's not connected to an actual customer or end user, only being tech-driven, this is possible, we can do this, or driven by opinions, I think this is nice, then it's going to be, bumpy road ahead. And you as a designer, I think we underestimate this. I guess most of you has taken at least one course in how to do interviews or research or, being interested in other people, right? Yeah, some nods at least. Okay, good. Some has the idea. Yeah. You also have an audience within the company. If you are not a good storyteller and if you don't know that audience, you are going to miss the mark. It would be the same thing as doing, research and then throwing it away and then product development that misses the mark. If you do not know your audience within the company, it's hard for you to get your thoughts across to them. And if you only present what's important to you, that's not going to bring value to the others in the team. And why should they care if you can't, operate with what brings value to them? So small things. If you could turn the narrative around, think differently, instead of saying our user needs this, push on the things that brings value to this user group. Push on something like experience from the majority of our users, majority of users. That could be interesting instead of saying, I saw some do this. That is not valuable to people. And the likelihood to recommend, that is also something that is beneficial for your product. That is something the product owners want in their product, right? So by changing the way that you are presenting your research and your design, you can actually get much further with what you want. So one of the roles that I think is super important to connect to is the product or the business owner or manager. It depends a bit on different companies, but the product owner or business owner. Because this is a person that actually can help you go from doing UI design in a team to doing UX design that actually drives the product roadmap forward. If you can connect to this person and understand what pains they have, what are their current, thoughts, if you can help them to understand that there's a value that you can provide them with, then it's going to be so much easier for them to understand. Because if they have never worked with a designer in this way before, then this is something that is new to them. And we can't take for granted that they know that a UX designer does a lot of research that actually can help them with the roadmap. A lot of product owners think that the UX designer, they do research to solve the feature that they have given them. But we know that we can do a lot more than that. We can help them with what the next feature should be and what the roadmap in 5 years should be. But if you don't help them to understand that, they're not going to be able to know. So do your research. Who is the person driving this? And how can you help them understand what you can bring to the table? Because we know so much more than a lot of people think. So I am not a consultant anymore. Since this last fall, I changed. So currently, I'm a UX lead at a company called Sectra. Sectra is a Linköping-based company. We have our headquarters there. We are a global company, and we are working within medtech. So we build a software product that is targeted towards more or less every doctor that looks at something that is inside of your body. So any mammography, radiologist, ophthalmologist, there's a lot of ologists that we are working with. But our users are within healthcare, and they are super smart people that quite often do not want to use tech solutions. A lot of them, orthopedic surgeons exactly, they want to just, carve into people with big things. So we are a company that are working with people that have such high demands and so little time, super stressed. And the reason I want to talk about Sectra is because we are a company that is customer obsessed. And Sectra has been around for 25 plus years. And this is something that comes from within the culture. The founders of Sectra said, we can never do anything that is not beneficial for our end users. We should never do anything that isn't beneficial for end users. And that is not something that we just say, we actually practice it. And one of the recognitions for this is this prize that is highly valued within our sector, and it's called Best in Class. And we have won this for a lot of years now, so bragging a bit, I'm super proud of this. But we do win this for some important reasons. And Claas is an organization based in the US, and they do customer research. So they call a lot of our customers and the other vendors' customers, and they talk to them. They have qualitative research, they have quantitative research, so they sit down and talk to the customers and the end users, and they ask them. So if they have a shitty day, we're gonna hear about it. And the one with the best score wins. It's as simple as that. But they take about 30 minutes with each person that they are interviewing, and they are asking them about a lot of different things regarding our products. It can be anything from how was the go-live process to how is your education and training, and how is the UI working for you, and how much time do you spend? Are you happy with what they do for you? Are you happy with the new features? There's a lot of things for us to work with. But I'm so glad that they do this, because this gives me so much information. As a UX designer, this is my dream, because they also do a deep dive where we get to see a lot of the information from their research. So they present this to us. So we have a chance to become better and see what we're good at. And that is why I think Claas is a good way of driving our business forward, because they help us to see where we're good, help us to see where we can become better. And to continue doing that, we have within our company a rule that everyone at Sectra, and I mean everyone, the one working in the reception desk and the developers, everyone has to meet customers at least once a year. If you wanna, be able to negotiate your salary, etc. Otherwise, it's fine, you can just stay in your seat. But if you want to be able to do that, you have to go to at least one customer visit each year. And that is not just, popping in and popping out. It's at least half a day. So everyone, independent of where they are in the organization, has been at a hospital. They have seen an end user when they are working with our products. So everyone knows. And this helps me so much. Because when I, as a UX designer, come there and say, yeah, I saw this and this, people can relate. Because they have seen the workstations. They know how many screens a radiologist have, for example. What is the setting on their desks? What is their, basic workday? What do they do? And it's so much easier to talk about it then. And we also try to put things up in our office, talking about what's important. This is not my picture, as you can see, and I want to emphasize on that. If you feel like you want to have more leverage in your organization, this is something that you need to understand. The stages of UX maturity. And with the questions I gave you earlier, that is a great start to understand where you are currently on this. There's a lot of good information on their website. I encourage you to read up on it, because it's also, there's a form you can fill in and try where are we at? But there's also a lot of good information on how can you get to the next step if you are stuck somewhere. What is important steps to go forward in your UX maturity? So try to find out where are you standing right now and how did you get there? Because it's important for the rest of the journey, growing in maturity. And do not forget to show them the value that you bring to the table, because a lot of people don't know that. They just know that they needed a UX designer because someone said so. Because, it's important with design. People know that, but not how to use that. So, be agile in your process. The double diamond is great. I don't say anything else than that, but be agile and work with your organization, not against it. And work with expectation management, both your own. If you see that you are finding yourself at a lower stage than you want to be, expectation management. Find out what you can do, and is there actually a will in your organization to move this along? Because if not, maybe you should be the one moving along. It can be super hard otherwise. If they don't want to, grow, then it's hard to push them. And focus on the value. I hope that this has led you to some new insights and that you are continuing your journey, perhaps next week or the week to come, to find your way in this maturity, because I think it's a lot for us to take in, but we need to understand the value we bring to the business to be able to do real UX. Thank you so much.
Satsikal, Giano, welcome to this presentation. My name is Vikas Gupta. I'm a strategic designer at Verdant in Trondheim office. And today in this talk, we are going to explore 7 powers in product design. Let me start with a question. Have you ever wondered why some fantastic apps become unbeatable while some others became a fail? Sorry. It's not about the pretty interface or beautiful the user experience. The secret often relies in strategy. In business terms, it means that we are going to make Sorry, I'm so nervous. Sorry. In business terms, it is called creating a sustainable competitive advantage. There is a fantastic framework called The 7 Powers by Hamilton Helmer. And he's giving us 7 ways to build this competitive advantage. And as a designer, we are thinking strategies, competitive advantage. Why are we going to do this? Because design and strategy are connected with each other. Our design decisions and choices enables and reinforces our strategies and how the business can reach their strategic goals. But before I go further, I will just show you what the 7 powers are, and I will explain this in depth with examples. But here they are: scale economics, network economies, counter-positioning, switching cost, branding, and cornered resources, at least process power. You might wondering, where does this fit in product design, and why should I, designer, care about business strategy? Well, think of it, as I mentioned earlier, most gorgeous app can flop if it doesn't offer something that competitors can easily copy. By knowing the business strategic long-term goals, we can design the right thing, not just designing the thing right. And also, it gives us a language that we can speak with the executives and the leaderships to communicate with them. Imagine you're going to a big meeting and you can say, okay, this strategic decision will help us to increase the switching costs, and this supports our strategies. How good isn't that if you get a thumbs up from the leader? Okay, we are going to do this, and then you have this great feeling that I achieved something with my design choices. Now we are going to explore the 7 powers. The 7 powers in depth with examples and how they will be viewed from a design angle. The first one we have is scale economies. Being able to operate means that being able to operate cheaper per unit as you grow larger. Sorry. I have a great example here is Netflix. Sorry. This slide shows that Netflix have a huge cost scale economies, a huge cost advantage. They have around 3 million users compared to a smaller competitive Apple TV, who has $75 million. Imagine if they both are going to make a $100 million original or content. On the left side, you can see that the cost per unit for Netflix is around 33 cents compared to Apple TV, who has $1.32, and that's a huge cost advantage. Meaning that Netflix can make more originals and keep still it cheap. And how does this if you're going to see this from a design angle, it means that we have to we can create a design system that helps the team, development team, to speed up the product, so to speed up the development as the product scales. We can make sure that the app handles millions of users. Now we are going to the next one, network economies, meaning that the product becomes more valuable as the more user uses it. everyone here is probably on Facebook. Why are we on Facebook? Because everyone else is on Facebook. It gives value to us. Sorry. My computer is still working. Just saying. This one. Okay. A beautiful color. Yeah. Yes. A great example of network economies is Facebook. As you can see here, you have on the right side an example of a new Facebook user who has one connection, one friend, is more likely to leave Facebook compared to the right one who has almost 28 connections, 7 friends and 28 connections. Facebook famously found out that if you get 7 friends within 10 days, you are more likely to stay. Why? Because your feed, you're going to interact with them. You're getting more feed. You can interact. You see your feed comes alive. You can connect with them, and it gives you value. It gives you value with their relations. Compared to the other side, to the one Facebook who has, to the right one who has one Facebook friend, is going to leave pretty soon if he doesn't get more friends. From a design view, how does this help us? Well, we are really good at designing for making features like comments, sharing, invite friends. We can have onboarding flows that make sure that you invite your friends. Now, let's go to the next one, counter positioning. I think this is one of the most cool powers in this framework. It means that adapting a new business model that the big existing firms can't copy without hurting themselves. And in the last few years, we have seen many try to come up with with new business model to take the big guys, but somebody fails, somebody succeeds, and I'm going to explain why. This is a very great example, Netflix. In early 2000, Netflix came with a new model, DVD by mail subscriptions. No fees, a whole new approach, and you have on the right one the big guy, Blockbuster, who earns money by late fees and store rentals. And what's interesting is that they had a yearly income of $800 million. And there you have the new guy and trying to beat this. Blockbuster believed in so much in their old approach, in their business model, that they forgot to see the Netflix. They tried, they stayed and hesitated, and when they finally understood that we also should go to by doing DVD by mail, they was too late. Because if they had to change their approach or the business model, they will lose the late fees and store rentals. And that's not good. And meaning that they're hurting themselves to get the benefit. From a design angle, means that we designers get this cool opportunity to make cool new designs, new ways to support the business model, but we have to be, the design should be should strive for simplicity and clarity to make sure that the new user understand what the new business model is and the new app or product. Going to the Next one, switching costs. Switching costs means making it painful for your customers to switch away from you. A great example here is the smartphone ecosystems. Who has an iPhone here? Have you ever wanted to switch to Android? I don't think so. I know. I'll tell you why. Because you have iMessage, you have purchase apps, you have a photo library probably connected to iCloud. You're being locked in by Apple. And if you're going to switch to Android, it means that you have to give up iMessage, repurchase the apps, and learn a new OS. Takes you a big time to switch. And I have modeled it up how it will look like. Here you see two products, current product and a new product. Using iPhone, you have this event, not iPhone, but random product, current product, that you have these benefits and you have a cost. And then there comes this new guy who has a new product with a huge benefits, a good benefit, and the product cost is low, but the switching cost is high. It doesn't give you the benefit of moving to a new product because of the switching cost. It could be time, it could be the effort, it could be moving your data from current product to a new product. So how is this from a design perspective? We designers, we don't want to use dark patterns in our design. It means that we should design for investments and build habits using gamifications and using gamification or personalization. We want the users to use our product, not to lock them in. Next one, branding. Branding means having a brand so strong that the customer prefers you even if there are similar products out there. I have a great example here. Think you have this white t-shirt on the left side with Holzweiler logo, who costs $90. And then on the left side, you have this no-name, same t-shirt, completely same quality, with no logo, costs $5. Some people are happy to pay $85 more for the Holzweiler logo, even though logo, and that is brand power. It's not that the Holzweiler logo will cover your body 80 times better objectively, but maybe it's because of the value it gives to the users, like style, status, and quality. We designers, we know branding. We know that we craft the brand through visual identity, tone of voice, and user experience. Consistency is the key here. Consistency, quality, looks, and feel. Brand is not a logo, it's the sum of experiences. Next one is cornered resources. Corner resources is having exclusive access to something valuable that others can't get it. It could be a patent, it could be a special license, a unique algorithm, a super talented team, or even exclusive access to customers and suppliers. I think Tesla is really good at this. Their infrastructure, their supercharging infrastructure, and Tesla built a vast network of fast charging stations exclusively for Tesla owners, before they open for everyone else. It means if you bought a Tesla, you had this exclusive access to the infrastructure that you could charge whenever it was convenient for you. Let's say you were driving from Oslo to Trondheim, you could, whenever you felt need for charge, you just charge your car and then drove away with convenience. This is a resource that they have cornered. Competitors like Nissan and Skoda would either have to build their own structure, which costs millions of dollars and hard to catch up, or strike a deal with the Tesla to get access to it, which means that Tesla has cornered a resource. From a design angle, I haven't come up with how this connects, but one way you can do it is to highlight it in your design. Show it that you have exclusive access to some resources that others don't have. And help to communicate, and designers can help to communicate the exclusivity in the product. Now, the last one, the last power is called process power. And process power is having an internally superior process or a culture that is hard to replicate. And for this process power, I think this is the best example I ever could think of. It's IKEA. IKEA their value chain, as you can see on the left side, is their true process power. Have you ever seen on IKEA.com or advertised that they have reduced the selling cost for a product? No? There are some, yeah, okay. But when they do this, it's not because they're being friendly, it's because they have costs, they have reduced the cost in their process in the value chain. And it's very, very difficult for other companies to replicate it. There is a company called The Store in US who tried to replicate IKEA's value chain. After a few years, they get bankrupt. Even though they copied the steps and tools that IKEA had, they still failed. And it's because the IKEA has true process power that is deeply ingrained in their culture. They are doing countless improvisation, optimization, and trying to reduce cost whenever it's possible. From a design perspective, we have also process power. We have our design process. We have our user testing process that we use to make our product better than sorry. Yeah, we have our user design process and user testing process might consistently produce better user insights and iterate faster than competitors. That becomes an internally competitive advantage. Your product UX stays ahead because your team's process is designing its superior. One more point. Process power is hard to build. It takes time to build over time. And it's a huge asset when it becomes valuable. Well, here we have the 7 powers. The 7 powers is not used in isolation. They are often used in multiple, companies often leverage those powers simultaneously and together. Here are some key takeaways I would like you to take with you. Design is designed for strategic advantage. Collaborate with strategy. Be curious what the company's strategy is and how you can help them. Every power involves design, as I showed, and user delight and competitive advantage give you the muscle. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, to being here. Hope you have a nice evening. And if you have any question, I will be around here in the area, and we can have talks. Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
vet inte. Man kanske gör tummen upp där någonting.
Ja,
nu är vi
det
live.
funkar de här i alla fall. Då kanske det är dags.
Okay, are we ready? Shall we go? Cool. Nice to see you. Well, my name is Josef Eugenius and
Katarina Reis.
we both work as UX designers at Bonnier News. And Bonnier News is the largest media group in the Nordics. Our journalism reaches 6 million readers, listeners and viewers every day. And we are here today to share a bit how we have worked with AI at Bonnier News this past year. But before we jump into what we have learned, we need to talk a little about our background. It all started at customer service and a situation where we had a large volume of incoming emails and calls from our customers. But what would happen if we would let a chatbot handle some of these questions from the customers? And so the customer service chatbot was set up. It efficiently and kindly solved simpler issues for our customers. And as the customer service chatbot was introduced, interest within the organization grew, and other departments and teams also wanted to try out chatbots. And we quickly realized that we needed an interface to our platform and a chatbot builder to be able to scale.
And so Crafting Space was created with the purpose to give everyone at Bonnier News easy access to our AI platform, Atom. And as you can see, Crafting Space is our chatbot builder interface. And this is where we set up our chatbots. We provide them with instructions and personality. We give them data sources, internal and external. And we also give them functions, which allows them to perform tasks, such as retrieving data from various sources. Could be BigQuery tables or underlying Salesforce data, but it could also be like fetching articles from our own publications, or sort of doing calculations and a lot of other stuff. And Atom as a platform is model agnostic, which means that we can choose any model we want for different bots, and also any provider that we want. So the customer service bot that Joseph mentioned, it runs on OpenAI model, but Azure is used as a provider so that we can ensure that the data is handled within the EU. Now you know a little bit about our background, so we're gonna jump into some of the learnings that we have made during this year. And the first one is about understanding our users' goal and how important that is. As we worked on various AI projects, we have realized that our chatbots interact with very different user groups, each with their own motivations and goals. And it's been super clear that we need to understand these in order to meet them right, in the right way, both in the conversation and in the design. Otherwise, we risk misaligning expectations, and we will deliver a poor user experience.
So yeah, let's have a look at some of our chatbots that interact with external users. First off, we have the customer service chatbot. We also have Expressen's chatbot, Ask Expressen, for questions about football and such. And we have Dagens Industri's chatbot, Ask Plus Pro, for questions about industry and market trends. But let's start with the customer service chatbot. As we mentioned, everything started with that. At Bonnier News, we use Salesforce as a tool to manage our customers. When we gave this chatbot access to perform tasks within Salesforce, it became really powerful. For example, it can now make address changes, report delivery issues, and answer billing questions. So now it can do many of the same tasks as a customer service agent would do. And the user can often get help directly, and we are lowering the amount of calls and emails to customer service. And after this chatbot had been live for a while, we decided to talk to our users to understand their experience more deeply. What makes a good chat experience? And after a number of in-depth interviews, it became clear that this chatbot doesn't exist inside a vacuum. The user will always come to a chatbot with a specific task which we need to answer, and specific problem. And they come with different emotions. They can be confused, sad, frustrated, etc. How should the chatbot handle these emotions? And the customers also want efficiency in the problem solving.
Yeah, this is another example of one of our bots, the Expressen Allsvenskan bot, which we released last week. This is our newest bot, where football fans can talk about everything related to football and Allsvenskan. And we have connected this bot with both internal and external data sources, which means that it can answer questions about football then, based on our own journalism, but also and with source referencing to article that it got the information from. That's an important part. But it can also access external APIs or data sources to get highly detailed sports data almost in real time. And these users come to this bot with a totally different purpose than the customer service bot. These users are more driven by curiosity and desire to learn, and they usually don't have a specific problem in mind. So it's more about exploring and it's more about exploring and stats nerding. But that also opens up for us to create a more playful user experience when forming the conversations.
And we got a third example here. It's called Ask Plus Pro, which is more of a work tool to our industry users. And this chatbot is connected to Dagens Industri and 16 industry-specific titles. The user can use this chatbot to get background material for a meeting, like a client meeting, do research about an industry, or search for information for a report. This means that the responses don't need to be as concise. You could rather want more information and maybe longer answers. And it can also be important to present different perspective on a topic. And here you could say that source references are even more important.
Yeah, and these differences that we are talking about, they emerge in the conversations. We can see that users interacting with our customer service bot, which we see an example over here, they can sometimes be a bit worried. They have issues with their subscription, so that's understandable. But that means that our chatbot needs to be able to calm down the situation, and by making sure that the user really gets help, and also explaining it to them, and to provide clear feedback in order to show to the user that their problem is really being solved. And even though these customers might be frustrated and feel frustrated, we have rarely seen them being rude to the bot. Whereas we can see in that our football bot in Expressen needs to handle a totally different type of situation. The emotions after a football game can be quite different. And we have seen that some users use our bot as an outlet for their feelings after a game, and which triggered our guardrails to kick in and to prevent certain questions from even reaching our bot. But we also see a lot of detailed questions and speculative questions and initiated questions, which is also very fun.
Yes, moving on to matching the experience with the expectations. We are aware that it is a bit of a learning curve for using chatbots. You don't know which kind of data or which functions they have access to and what you are supposed to do with them. So we kind of have to set up these expectations. So we have played around with how to visually frame our chatbots and what to name them or call them. We could present them like very neutral, almost invisible, or we could really push like the playfulness and have like this biased supporter friend which talked like about football teams. And we talked to our users about this to try to learn something on what they preferred. And it was pretty clear that small hints in the look can affect what the users expect this chatbot to know, how it will answer and like which data it has access to, and how serious it is. Like when we tried to give our little Express and Wasp its team colors, our users kind of expected it to know more about that specific team, like this is the expert on my favorite team, compared to a more neutral chatbot. And other users also gave us feedback that we don't even need to name them anything. We should have them integrated into the interface instead.
Yep, so moving on. Release small, tweak, and improve. The work isn't over just because we have launched a chatbot. In fact, this is where a very important part begins. We have seen that we can be pretty fast in getting something out there, but to nail the last 20% when it comes to the UX and forming the conversation takes a lot of work and tweaking. And yeah, we can only learn so much from doing user interviews in advance and whether using our own test groups. But to truly understand how the user will use it and interact with it, we need to get something out there, something concrete. And in this way, we can kickstart the usage and start analyzing chats coming in and also collect feedback and then improve based on it. And I think this is something we have learned during the past year, that we learn so much from analyzing chats. It gives us a hint on which tweaks we need to do, and that it's about understanding the user's problem, but also understanding the bot's problem. Like, how does the bot interpret the user's issue, and what conditions have we given the bot? We have this example where the user is pretty short in its question, or it's hardly a question, it only says cancel. And the bot is a bit confused. Do you want to cancel this conversation, or do you want to cancel our subscription? I think the answer was in this conversation. And so this somehow we need to explain to the user what can be expected from the bot and what capabilities it has. And we also need to figure out the best way to gear our bot up so they can correctly interpret and understand our user, and assist it. And it could be that we need to add clearer instructions of what the bot can do, but also what it can't do, so that it won't overpromise stuff. We have had problems with that as well before. Yeah. And in some cases, we also realized that, okay, we need to add more functionality, or we need to add more data.
Yeah, and this analyzing work is often best done in cross-functional collaboration. So we work across teams, bringing together UX designers as us, developers, and experts with the right knowledge. For example, the customer service agents are best suited to know if an answer is good or not, because they know the customer experience in and out. And the same goes with the Express and football chatbot. We need to work with the experts there as well. And reading these chats also fuels new ideas. Many of the new feature ideas have emerged from these cross-team talks about the chats. For example, an agent handover. Some problems are simply impossible for the chatbot to handle. So we have to teach the chatbot to recognize its own limits, to then trigger a handover to a real human to solve the problem. And we also added a feedback function, which made it a lot easier to find both good and bad chats. But yeah, why are we even doing this? Why is Bonnier News even tapping into AI? As we all know, using AI is asking for problems. Hallucinations are a well-known issue, sometimes leading to pretty funny conversations. And if you're good at fact-checking, they can remain as just funny little accidents. So isn't it a huge risk that one of the biggest media groups in the Nordics to embrace this new risky technology? Yes. Everything we do is built on trust, and one could argue that trust is more important now than ever.
Users will always be on the search for knowledge. And all these big brands and new products are focusing on the users and aiming to provide answers to the questions and solve their problems. But as we mentioned, the challenge lies in sketchy sources or questionable training data, hallucinations, or even outright stolen material. But if we have a look at us, our content is our gold. It's fact-checked, and we want to keep it that way.
Yeah. So what is our unique selling points in all of this? As you said, all of journalism is fact-checked. We always have a responsible publisher for everything we publish, and people should always be able to trust us. But we also want to lower the thresholds. Can we be that go-to place for the user when they search for knowledge? We publish hundreds of articles every day, and we want our users to find the journalism that matters to them. And these are some examples of how it could look. Starting from the left here, you could dig deeper by asking a background question about an article or a certain event or topic. You could build like a knowledge search engine. This one heavily is inspired by Perplexity, but we could use like our own sources instead. You could have a theme-based chatbot, like the football chatbot, or a weekly industry summary, like this one for Dagens Industri. And the journalists will always be at the core. We are not removing the journalists from the process. The goal is to make their work more accessible and allow users to consume their work. And the source material must always be there, and someone has to do that work. So, with our internal and external AI tools, we want to keep our users' trust by lowering the thresholds to our journalism and by using trustworthy sources.
Yeah, and then finally, circling back to where we started, I think when we sort of made this presentation, we also started to realize or talking about what is the UX in all this AI experience. And I think we realized that a lot of it is about going back to basics and using the full UX toolbox. And that it's an ongoing journey of exploration, and that we are learning new stuff every day, which is super fun. So thank you for listening.
Thanks.
Hello, hello, hello. Nice setting, and not so many people feels cozy for once here. It's Friday afternoon. I have a cold, so lower your expectation. You know, you're gonna get what you're gonna get. I'm kidding. It's gonna be good. So, topic of today is gonna be about UX into large structure and company that actually acquire a lot of company, and it's about scale, really scaling up UX. So. It doesn't really scale well, to be very honest, you know, UX, especially when you try to actually have foundation at the center, but then you have a lot of satellite groups, you know, in the different divisions. And especially gets quite complex when the numbers are so high, right? I work for that company, Abloy. I guess some of you might know the company itself, but we have more than 300 companies. We acquire like 20 companies every year. So conditions keep on changing all the time. And I think while this is great, because it means that the business is running well, you know, and we're profitable, but at the same time, I mean, it really brings in a lot of responsibility on the UX function, and also a lot of complication when it comes to how do we handle that well. On top of that, we also have a lot of brands. 190, as we count them today, might actually change by the time, you know, I'm saying this. We are trying to reduce them. Reduce brands is very difficult. It takes time, but still that's another complication when actually handling UX. On top of that, we have, you know, 7 divisions. You can imagine all the things that goes to it, right? Business, you know, BU, BA, business area, business units, and so on and so forth. And finally, we got, you know, 55 UX designers. You have to imagine that when I started 7 years ago, we were 4. So that's good. It's not even close to a good number, though, right? We know, I guess we all know, that 1 out of 7, 1 out of 10 is a good number, right? I mean, 1 UX designer, every 7 also developer, that's quite of a good number. We are far below that number, but I mean, things are progressing in the right way. But with that said, also, the fact of acquisition, I think, is a pretty interesting condition because things keep on changing all the time. And while you will see that one of our ambition is actually increasing the maturity of UX at scale, keep on acquiring company is some sort of a, you know, a handbrake, basically, right, that comes in all the time. We might be lucky. We might actually acquire a company that has a better maturity than us. That's great, right? But sometimes we're not that lucky. So it's always like a continuous change. And also, this implies the fact that you really know where to pick your fights. You know, 55 is not an endless number on 65,000 employees. So you really need to know where to put your energy, right? It's not endless. Now, who is presenting? Who am I in the first place, right? So my name is Rudy. I'm head of global UX at Abloy. You know, I work centrally here in Stockholm. Together with me, I have 5 global members, so only 5 out of 55. My team has exponentially grown to like 13, 17, including CX, for example. But then everything has been absorbed by the division. We'll talk about that maybe later. That's for the best. They need to be in proximity to the customers. So that number continuously grows and actually goes back. So that's where we are. And also another component and another challenge that might be reasonable to some of you is that we are largely B2B, right? Business to business and then business to business to consumers, I would say. And this had the complication that we not only have to do with users and understanding the users, but a lot to do with understanding the customers and the final users of those customers as well. And then, can one size really fit all, right? So can one solution when it comes to approaching UX and scaling UX into a company like this works? No, of course not. So we suddenly and very early realized that, first of all, it's not going to be easy, but secondly, it's not going to be one go. It's not going to be one thing that will work for all the company we will acquire, that will work tomorrow as it worked yesterday, right? It all the time change. And when I say, you know, does one solution fits all, what is that all, by the way? So if we start by all the experiences that at least we map within the work we do, that sits with different parts of the organization. We have, for sure, employee experience. That is something that we're involved with. That's the reason why it's in blue. We have the brand experience, which is our promise, right? What we promise our customer they will get. And also, as I say all the time to our C-level, is your reputation when you go in front of the shareholders. Because sometimes they have a hard time to understand, you know, what is the brand experience after all. And we say that is your reputation, basically, right? This is the promise you give to the customers and the company you buy. And then the other two parts that are very complex, and we keep on trying to push on the edge of the operation, is customer experience and product experience. And the reason why we want this actually to be built and to be done at the edge, that's the reason why my team gets shorter and shorter, but you know, the UX organization gets bigger and bigger, is because we want these people to be close to their customers, right? Our customer will tell us what they need, and then we will have to interpret, you know, how we can solve their problem, really. And also it means, you know, that we need a constant change, right? I mean, adaptability, I guess we are all aware of like how adaptable designers has to be by their nature. I think we heard before something very interesting about understanding the context, understanding the challenge, adapt to the situation. We are no different to that. So adaptability and the way you adapt your own strategy to that is a key thing. And then what is our strategy then in the first place, right? So what we did 4 years ago, because then we realized that actually the division, the different part of the business wanted to have operation, UX, operation, CX operation in their parts, right? So we actually developed a strategy. Is essentially 5 big pieces. First is the core, right? What is our belief, basically, right? What do we want to actually drive as UX community? The second one, which is a huge one, I will touch upon that in a minute, is about customer journey and anyhow customer experience. What is that? How do we handle that? Where does that happen? Then we go to, you know, apply flexible adoption. You know, we really need to meet the team where they are. It's always going to be different. It's always changing all the time. How do we really manage that? Implement and measure. You know, how do you really implement that in teams that are so different? You know, do we pilot? How do we measure? And lastly is about empower the team. Because as I said before, my team is very small. Most of the team is actually, you know, in the divisions, in the business, right? We want them to own this, right? We want them to own this at the end of the day. So the first one is about defining the core. And for us, the core is actually just the precondition, something that we can all agree as a UX community within our company that we think is the right thing to do. And it's basically a platform that makes, you know, all the UX designer being able to grow on that, but have like a similarity in the language they use and have some point of reference not to be lost. And it's very easy to be lost in this kind of size of operation. So the first one is about design ops, you know, people, process, and toolbox. Nothing crazy. This is something we've been developing internally. The second one is about UX research. I think we heard that before. Is the most fragile part in my company. I think that maybe that can relate into many companies. You know, we heard that before, that it's very expensive to do research. And sometimes the answer about, I need to go out and listen to and observe my customers, I'm gonna be back in a month, that's a hard sell. That's a hard sell. The third one is about UI design, specifically on design system. The idea of efficiency, the idea of reuse and reuse at scale in this complication is quite of a powerful message. So when we talk about UI design, it's not only compliance to, you know, UI guidelines, etc., but it's really about, you know, doing it at scale and doing it well. And the last one is about digital accessibility. For 2 reasons, we have to do it as everybody else because of the European Act, but also it's the right thing to do at the end of the day, independently if you are into a B2B or B2C context. The second one is about mapping customer journey and touch point. We suddenly realized that actually the biggest driver for the UX maturity is understanding the problem. We saw that, you know, we saw the process before about the double diamond and making sure that you actually get enough insight to do the right thing in the first place, right? So the first point you see there, build an organization for it, is because there was not an organization for that. We realized that 4 years ago, talking to our management and say, okay, how do we do this, right? How do we actually understand and meet our customer in their journey, do an analysis, understand the touch point, and then from there, see where to act? The answer was like, well, we don't know. And the answer from us, well, we need to know. And therefore, we actually built an organization. And as before, that organization was actually built centrally. That was part of my team. And now it's gone because it has been distributed and absorbed in the business. So if there is something that we see repeating in our operation is this growth centrally, this piloting centrally, and then the absorption, basically that being absorbed by the operation, and that is for the best. We want them to own it. We want them to drive it, right? And really what we're looking when it comes to like customer journey is really to have solid and positive experience, we call it. I think, I'm an old person, I think I had enough, at least in my context, to hear about we want to ship something great, we want to ship something super great, we want to have the best of this, the best of that. It's fine, it is fine, but you have to have a solid base to get something great out of it, right? So what we mean by that is that we want, throughout the journey of our customer, to be good, solid, and positive, and then if something is gonna be great, that is very welcome. But we don't want to have anything that is below good in the first place. And this goes back to what I said before. You need to pick your fights. That's how we pick our fight. Third part is about apply flexible adoption and make the team where they are. We actually came up with a framework. There are tons of framework. I think this worked just for us because it was very simple. This gold, silver, and bronze. I can give you an example because of this acquisition that we do all the time when we talk about UI and design system. So we have multiple design systems. Some of them are developed, some of them are only at the design stage, and some of them actually do not exist. So that means that we have UI guideline, for example. So when we acquire a company, we actually ask them, how do you want actually to use what we offer? And if they're gold, they use the design, they use the development, if we can agree on a common technology. If we can't, if you use anything different, let's say React or whatever, they will be on a silver, then they get the benefit just out of the design. If they want to do as they want to do, then we just rely on guidelines, and that's for us is a bronze. But the idea here is just to give up and forcing everybody to be gold. It's not going to be gold. It's not going to be gold on day one, right? So just accept the condition. The fourth one is about implement and measure. And implementing and measuring impact. How do we measure that? Basically, we measure few metrics. We have UX metrics for sure, at least 2 that we're really convinced that should be the baseline for what we do. But actually, we want adoption of the process, and that is also difficult. A new process in a new company is always difficult, and this keep on being difficult all the time. And also with maturity. We saw, I think, 20 minutes ago or so, the Nissan Norman maturity scale. We use that. We map that every 2 years. We have seen progress, but going back to the first thing I said before, I wish the progress would be better, but the fact of acquiring company might give us a bump, or might not give us a bump. So we never know what the result is going to be. And then the last one is about, making sure that they have ownership, because, we realize, and I realize that, we do very little product from my team because we are a central function. And no matter how mature my organization is, we want the maturity to be where the product actually can benefit from maturity, right? So we want this team, even more now, to actually take in those strategies and build their own. This is what we're discussing with them as we speak, actually, to try to actually, them, on the backbone of our own framework, to build their own strategy. We want them to drive this. We want them to own it. And then where are we now? After, quite some time in the making. I mean, some numbers are good. Some number could be better, but, I think we are leading in the right direction, we feel. And how do we see some positiveness when it comes to, overall result? One is about, stronger UX adoption, and then we can see by the number of the designers, there are 55. I think we should be 500, if you ask me. Yeah, it's going to take a bit of a time, but, we see the number steadily growing. It means that there is better understanding about the value of UX and why we should spend our money when it comes to UX. We see better design reuse. We are talking specifically about UI pattern and design system. UI pattern is vital for us. We really don't want people to rebuild something that has been built before, which we do all the time because we acquire a company. And this is actually sometimes a very crisp conversation we have with our CTOs to say every time you see a button in one of your screens of your designer, think about $2,000. This is what most likely that button has cost you for no reason, So anytime you see a button, question why you have spent those money there, right? And not somewhere else, most likely in research, if you ask me. And with that said, I think let's leave some numbers, and I'll tell you what we have learned, or what I've learned out of this journey, which is still ongoing. And it took some time, is act the compass. Some of you might know what this object is. This is actually an Officine Panerai, which is an Italian watchmaker that during the 60s was actually building compass for the Navy. The idea with acting the compass is that my company is quite big, right? And we are too few to actually change the direction that we want the company to take, especially when it comes to be more dedicated to users, be more dedicated to customers, etc. So I would rather convince my management to do the right thing instead of actually fighting to move the needle. So to me, that means that if our ship is going north, I would rather convince my manager that the north is not there, but is rather there. And that's why, for example, we have built a CX organization for that. Because they did realize, they didn't know where that North Star was, right? So we moved the north. So we call it hack the compass. The second thing that you don't see very well, sorry for that, but it's a marathon. It takes time. It depends from the organization you're in. Sometimes things goes very quickly. If you work within a product, I mean, you see progress very quickly. But when you want to do things at scales, things that are sustainable, things that last a long time, and they are embedded into an organization, be prepared. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. And it's going to pay off at the end. Adjust, adjust, adjust. So what you see there, those two products are those two lovely speakers from Bang & Olufsen, Bell Lab 5. Really nice product. I wish I have them. I would buy them at some point. But the point is that I don't know how much you know about speakers or anything, but when you actually put a speaker into a room, anything you change in that room, it means that you have to adjust the speakers to get a good sound. Those speakers self-calibrate, but in general, right? So that means that if you had a sofa, you need to recalibrate. If you had a carpet, you need to recalibrate. And that goes back into the merging, right? Every new company, you have to calibrate. When something changes, you have to calibrate. So the only constant is really change. And you need to be fine with the change and the recalibration, right? And sometimes it feels, you really need to be fine with that, because sometimes it doesn't feel great, you know. You said, okay, I've been working for like a year to sell this in with the organization, and now changes, you know, condition has changed, and we need to change. And you should be fine with that. That's my message. I'm gonna get some water, but be okay to be alone, very alone. As I said, we started in 4 people. I felt very alone. I don't feel very alone anymore, but I felt very alone. But I mean, the point of this is not to be like 1 or 10 or 15 or whatever in your organization. Be okay in being alone, defending something in a room, but it seems like you are the only one that care about that. That's my point, right? You will be, I've always been, you know, in a room with people that not necessarily understood the value of what I was saying, not necessarily actually embrace the fact that I was asking for more money or more people or putting focus into something. So be okay that you will be alone, you know, and that will be a constant thing, and it's the right thing to do. We heard before, you know, being uncomfortable in a room, that's a good signal, because I think you're changing the status quo. But being okay to be alone, actually, over time. Water in the pipes. This is how we actually managed to convince our organization to put a bet on CX. And this was actually the conversation with our CCO. And we said, well, when we need insight from our customer, we don't just start a research, because those insights will come too late. You have to have insight throughout all the time. And that was the parallelism to the water. If you need water from a tap, it's not that you open the water in the central part, right? The water has to run through the pipes all the time for you to be able to spill water when you need it. So we said to them, we have to study CX, customer journey, you know, insight from our customers all the time, so we can use them when we want, not just when we need them, because it's too late. Then speak the language. I have 2 daughters. One is 8, the other one is 4 months old. I don't talk to them in the same way, I guess, right? And that's exactly the same thing with the business, right? As we said before, try to understand when you are in a room and the people in front of you do not understand what you're saying, that you are the problem in that case, right? Because you want to drive change. So speak the right language, understand the right audience, make sure that something is important for them. That's very important. That's very, very important. Talk about risk. You know, risk is very uncomfortable, and I like that very much in my conversation with the CTOs, you know, and the technology leaders, because nobody likes risk, right? Anytime you put on a table something that is risky, nobody wants to put a sign on that, because that's not good. So be prepared, or at least that's the technique we use to talk about risk. Some of the conversation I have with our CTOs is about they are ready to launch a new product, a new feature, you name it, a new app, for example, right? We ask them, okay, what was the investment for this? $5 million, whatever. Have you tested with your user? No. Are you sure? Then it's a bit puzzled. Why? This might not work. Do you know? This might not work. You might have risk, 2 years of work, $5 million, the reputation of some teams because you don't want to actually validate what you do. Are you ready to take that risk? Almost like if you see, a little bit step back, maybe we should do something about it. But risk, we have found. And to me, this is obviously after the fact that you talk about value, right? But when you are done with talking about value, when you're done to talking about why you should do something good, if you see that that doesn't come through, talk about risk, because that's a very powerful work. And that knows what you buy. I mean, one of the things that we actually started this year is to help the team that handle the acquisition. And again, we acquire 20 companies every year, so it's a constant thing. It happens every month, right? And for us, it means that, the maturity level will fluctuate. And for us, it means that we need to address and understand what those teams are doing, where they are, and meet them where they are, and so on. So we want them actually to include, an assessment about the UX of their products, and also about the CX of their organization, for example, right? A simple thing is like NPS, for example, Net Promoter Score. And the reason why we bet on NPS is because it's a global metrics. We have adopted it, right? People have understood it. It's quite simple to explain. We want our customer to tell other customers how great we are. We want them to actually stay longer and spend more money. That's at the end what NPS is. Even though I don't think that NPS is the best metric for what we're doing, it's one metric, right? So at least it opened up the door for the fact that you have to confront your customer about what you do. But I mean, knowing what you buy in a company like us, we think will get us in a very long run much, much better. Having an assessment done in the quality of the product we buy from a company, we think that is going to have an item on the list which will be called UX, and therefore somebody will have to be responsible for it. Each client is different. So, I mean, my company is a global company. We operate everywhere, right? I mean, and the challenges we have are enormously different. I mean, we sell everything from, I saw some keys before, that's our business, We sell everything from like very analogical product, like a key, a padlock, most like, most of the keys of your house are actually part of our company, up to anything into like how you manage access for like an airport, et cetera, et cetera. Every client is different. Every team has different challenges, right? I mean, they do different products. So everything is different. So make sure you know where you sit, And then cultures are very different. Of course, again, being a global organization, you can imagine we want people to be in the organization. Cultures are different. It's always forgotten. It's always, overlooked, very easy to work with. This is something we take for granted when we hire people. Nobody asks that question because, of course, the answer is yes. But the truth is that, from a culture to another culture, you need to build a bridge. Right? Sometimes that bridge is there, sometimes the bridge is broken, sometimes nobody thought about the bridge. So be very mindful about how you actually get together, team from different culture. Know your customers. And we heard that before, and that's a cliche. You have to know your customers, right? Even though quite a lot of time, we don't really, in many companies, if you ask, who is this a customer? Where does this come from other than one of your customers telling you that they needed this or that? But where is the evidence? What problem is that solving, right? What is the job to be done? But what I refer here specifically is like, know your customer better than your project manager. If you know your customer better than your organization, then you're going to have a much easier life. You can challenge them back all the time. And challenging the status quo, the fact that they typically would do something that they have done before because it's very comfortable, is key. I can give an example on this. So once we were very interested to understand what sustainability means for some of our customers. So, we did a big voice of the customer, study into like America, EMEA, et cetera, to find out what does it mean. And it goes all the way from like, some customer being very sensitive about the impact they have and the operation impact they have, in the society. Some being less sensitive, how much is this going to cost me at the end of the month, when it comes to energy consumption, etc. But for some of them, it meant that some of these people is using an app from us, right? Sustainability for them means they want to have a dark mode in their app so their battery lasts the entire day, so they can do their job. So sometimes, things might take a different turn that you might not know. And back to this, when we actually talk to these project manager, we talk about sustainability. And they said, well, how do we measure that? And we said, this is what your customers say to us. And that's the reason why you have to deliver on this. Because one of the reasons they will say that your product is not good is because not only you haven't thought about sustainability in the first place, but you haven't translated what sustainability means for them. So that's what I mean by know your customer better than your organization is going to take you a long way. And last one, I think it's the last slide, yeah, is remove friction. So it's very easy when you go to a team, you know, you have 5 designers, and you say, well, you need to double the amount of designers because, I mean, the ratio is off, you know, there is too much to do, etc. But will you actually, you know, double the amount of value you will bring just by doubling the people? Might not. But work on the friction, right? Try to understand every blocker, anything that can be done better. There are huge gaps in the processes. There are huge gaps when you hand over design for developer, for example, right? Try to understand how to lean. When you are at the bottom of that, then you can double the amount of designers. But I mean, you know, remove every single thing that had friction. And I think that's it. And I think I'm on time. Yes, there you go. Cool, nice. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not dancing. That's not happening. Hello again. I hope you've had a great day, that you've learned something, met some new people, and got inspired. And that inspiration, I hope that's, well, the thing about inspiration is that it's so transient. It doesn't last, usually. So will it last your bus ride home tonight? Will it survive the weekend? What about the inbox and the week full of meetings and those looming deadlines? We'll see. I need to look at my notes. Dance. No, I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to offer a really simple formula for inspiration. It's almost banal, and it's this, right? We will identify our inspiration, capture it, and then act on it as soon as possible. Hang on. David, I'm sorry, but I don't feel it. I'm not feeling any inspiration. I mean, this conference was great. I really enjoyed it, but I'm just not feeling it. And of course, maybe you aren't feeling totally overwhelmed by inspiration. So let's break it down. It's one of those big words. Let's make it simple and concrete. So I want you to do something much more tangible. In a moment, you'll get those beloved minutes of free music, and you will think of one thing that you want to remember from today, and you'll write it down. And you'll think of one thing that you are going to tell someone else about, maybe someone who wasn't here. Maybe one question that you want answered, and not by ChatGPT. One thing that you want to learn more about, and maybe one small thing that you could do or do differently. So you'll get a couple of minutes to think about these things, and it will help you traverse the weekend. So you've captured some of those impulses that you have. Obviously, the next thing is to act on them as soon as possible. So is there something you should do before you even leave this venue? Is there someone you should like to speak to that you haven't yet? Or did someone recommend something in a conversation and you weren't listening properly and you should go back and just go, by the way, what was the name of that TV show you mentioned? Or should you be taking some kind of photograph and posting on social media? Decide what it is and do it before you leave. And then on Monday, things might feel a little different. And I just want to tell you that it's okay. It's quite normal for the excitement that you feel. Are you excited? I can't tell. Okay, let's pretend. The excitement that you feel, that it will dip. And that's totally normal. So just don't be surprised when that happens. But I recommend that you put aside some thinking time. Best be on Monday, but it could be another day in the week, like 15 minutes, schedule some thinking time. And yes, I want you to open your phones and your calendars, find a slot where you will think about stuff that happened today. That's a simple thing to do. And I will be watching you. Yes, who's bringing out their phone, laptop? I don't think you have any neuro chips. Are you done? Slow nodding. Yeah, okay. I'll spare you some of this music. We rarely spend that much time thinking, and it's funny because it's an incredibly powerful thing to do. So even having like a 15-minute thinking time in your calendar a week, forget about that. That's just me cutting off the music. I'm going to have to go back, actually. So when you get to your scheduled slot next week, the most obvious thing to do is to review your notes from today. Maybe that list that you made about things you wanted to remember and tell people about. And if those tasks are really simple to do, do them immediately. But if they're bigger, then I suggest that you do the following. First, imagine what you would do if time and energy was not an issue. So you fantasize about, okay, given today, what's that thing I would really like to do? Oh, I'll do an MBA. It'll take whatever, 3-4 years. Okay, that's the big version. Then you think, what's the small version of this? So that might be reading a book or a blog or something. And then you imagine that you have a bet with one of your friends, that you're going to start on one of your goals. And all you have to do is spend 1 or 2 minutes, and your friend will have to concede that you won the bet. Yes, you did start on whatever this thing was. So I want you to think of 1 or 2 things that you could do in 1 or 2 minutes that you could do next week. So that might be, let's say that you want to become a better listener. All you have to do is listen for 1 conversation, and you're done, and you've won the bet. So think about that. 1, 2, or 3 things, tiny things, that are kind of related to what you would do if you had limitless time and energy. Do you get it, David? Yeah? Okay. hopefully you'll make it to Monday, maybe a bit beyond. Can we stretch it even further? I'm going to suggest that you seed the future with inspiration, that by putting things in the future that will wait for you when you need them. So that can be as simple as, booking in other scheduled time for reflection, or it can be bolder. You might now book a presentation where you teach something that you're just about to learn. And that's the last thing we're going to do to have something waiting for you in the future is that you're going to send a message to yourself. So pick a time in the future when you think you might need a boost. So that can be in a month or at the end of this project, or there might be some other reason that you think you might need a boost. And imagine yourself in the future being tired and bored and doubting yourself and being, sad even. And write a simple message where you're nice to yourself. And maybe you remind yourself of something that's important, that you know that you will need reminding. And then maybe use this service and actually write that message and send it to yourself. I wrote one for myself yesterday, and it will come to me in 10 years' time. That was a scary thing to do, by the way. So we want to be inspired by conferences. And I suggested that you identify your impulses that you have, even if they're quite weak. It's just a slight feeling or a slight tendency you have to want to do something. And then you find some small steps that you can take and act on them as soon as possible. And finally, you don't forget to refill your inspiration. Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. There will be a movie, but I'm going to mess with the order and say after that movie, there is stuff happening in the orangery. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I had to look it up. Orangery. I don't know. Ask me next. So, cue the movie.